All right. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Give some time for people to come in. It's a little bit before 2 p.m. is when I said it would start. Just gonna do a bit of recap reading until then. Oh, this is gonna be tough. Hello, Jennifer. Just started waiting for some people to drop by. Mainly the developer of the game who was watching the other day, so that, you know, so he can watch me experience the epilogue story to Galley House. So that is pretty cool. Just look back over the scene. Uh-huh. $27, $28, $29, $30. One new time code for each death. Found Meg earlier. She explained what was going on. She took my bag with the list of IDs in it and threw it down the dumbwaiter shaft. Alright, I think I have some ideas of where to start. There were 2 thunderclaps at this period of time. Oh, it didn't mark it. I wanted to give like a little preamble, kind of like collect my thoughts on what's going on at this particular moment in time. But I'll still wait a bit for that. I do wonder if the company that made the machine is involved with these deaths. At least these current ones. It seems like this group of people are here to figure out what happened during the incident at Galley House. Hello, Waxian. And that, you know, I do hope we learn a little bit more about the info hazard. Especially because Lawrence says something about finding out how to stop it. I've always enjoyed my horror with the ability to slay it. It is nice, you know, to you know, face the unknown and actually just be able to, like, do away with it. How you doing? It's great to be here at the start. I'm doing well. Just kind of, you know, was psyching myself up for having to tackle these new puzzles. So I was gonna wait for Jeremy to show up because I kind of wanted to, you know, collect my thoughts. Hello, and there you are. So I did some thinking when I was going to bed. It is now 2 p.m. indeed. When I was going to bed, I was, you know, thinking, trying to collect my thoughts on the matter. So for people who are watching who maybe, like, didn't, you know, see through to the end of that humongous stream. Also just realized ID changed because we swapped the card out. Get my cookies and milk for this stream. So, as I understand it, the character we are playing as, Rhea Beckon, her experience that we've seen as the player has been colored by the info hazard's memory holding effects, which is why, for a variety of things, but the big thing is that the power would go out and we would just be, you know, turning this back on, and then a piece of paper would show up on the console here, which implies that someone put it there, but they got memory hold, so we just didn't experience that. And I guess I'll just replay this first thing. Replay. Oh, the replay's at the bottom. Well, whatever.
Rhea, we don't have much time. Help me get this to work.
Lawrence? What took you so long? I've had to figure out everything for myself.
Did you find out how it started?
Well, I'm not sure, but I have followed it pretty far. I traced it to someone called Catherine, but I don't know what happened after that. What are you doing?
I found something in the room Rupert died in. Damn it! How do you get this stupid thing to work?
What is it?
An old roll of film. It's our only hope at figuring out what caused all this. Oh, but scanning it takes time. I don't have that long.
What do you mean? Are you okay?
How many thunderclaps have there been so far?
I think 4?
27, 28, 29, 30. One new time code for each death. Damn it! I don't have the list of
4
IDs.
deaths? Wait, I thought the only people here were me, you, and Meg.
We shouldn't have trusted her. Oh, I'm sorry I dragged you into this, but I didn't know what I was getting into. Oh, this is all her fault.
Slow down. Just tell me what happened.
I found Meg earlier. She explained what was going on, but she took my bag with the list of IDs in it and threw it down the dumbwaiter shaft. That was around the time of the 3rd thunderclap. We were already too late. I can't stop it from happening.
Lawrence, we can get through this. What was your plan?
I went to look for clues after I talked to Meg. And that's when I found the film. But I couldn't save Pippa.
Who's Pippa?
Well, of course, you wouldn't remember. But she was there with me, helping me look for the film. I should have left as soon as I saw her body appear.
You remember her?
I'm sorry. I thought I had more time. I thought I could still stop it.
We can figure this out. There must be something we haven't tried.
Listen to me. You need to go back through the events of this evening. You'll hear things you don't remember saying. But you have to keep going. It's our only chance to find out how to stop this.
What do you mean? What are you writing?
God, you won't remember me. I need to get out of here. What am I doing?
Then to the generator. So I like that the only line we got as a player before watching this event was the "what the hell," because from Rhea's perspective, which we are clued into, she doesn't remember, and you know we can go back to the original incident and see examples of this. Is that people don't remember? They remember things they learned from talking to people who were memory hold, but they don't remember their conversations with those people, which makes sense. It's kind of like Vic and Annie are talking about Damien's death, and Vic says, you know, like, oh, you went to Damien's room, or you know, you came to this room with Damien. What did you guys talk about? And she says she didn't go to that room to talk to anyone. She just came to look around. So she doesn't, you know, Annie didn't remember coming to the room and having like a one-sided conversation, because it's just not how the memory hole effect works. You don't, you know, you can't remember having these conversations. You can kind of only remember things that, or, you know, be aware of things that you said to yourself. Which got me thinking, the way this game starts is you looking at, you know, the entrance to Galley House, and I remember you click on the door and your character says it's locked, and then the door opens. So what I'm assuming from that is that Rhea and other people who have been memory holed by this point were there with her. We probably talked amongst each other. One of them probably opened up the door, and then we went inside. I mean, I can kind of see, after replaying that scene where Rhea says, what does she say? I've had to figure out everything for myself. Which, from the player's perspective, is true, but I'm starting to think that, you know, like, that's not what actually happened here, especially given the fact that people have been putting notes on here. I was thinking of trying the entrance and just clicking everything, but I'm kind of scared that that might work, if that makes sense. If I go to, you know, is it 27 when it starts? What does he say? Actually, it would have been before that, huh? He says, only one time code for each death. I'm worried that I might find everybody talking at the entrance a bit too early. Or I could just be wrong. What I did want to investigate... Hello, Goobus. You're not really late. We just kind of rewatched the scene. Lawrence says... He talks about talking with Meg, and that Meg tossed the IDs down the dumbwaiter shaft around the time of the third thunderclap, which on to would be 29. Assuming he doesn't mean right before this moment. This is part of the game just attempting theories. It's true, but sometimes I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I've conditioned myself to want to, like, get it right with a little bit less fumbling around, but I do think some of the fumbling is part of figuring out. So 4 people died in the previous time codes. Yeah, 1 time code for each death. So someone died at 27, 28, 29, and 30. He died during 31. Anyway, third thunderclap would be 29, and so let's just think, assuming it is 29. Down the dumbwaiter shaft would mean they were in the dining room, and whatever got tossed into the kitchen. He is 67, and he says Meg, and well, I see an M. Patterson as person number 66, so maybe this is correct, maybe this isn't. It feels kind of funny looking at the traditional time code and seeing such big numbers on it. Only like 15 minutes late to this time, I'll catch up in a few. Just popped in to say hi. I'll probably come back later if I don't watch. If I don't, I'll watch the VOD. Yep, that's all well and fine. Please work. Okay.
Hey, where have you been all evening? The machine just cut out on us.
You need to go and look. I found a body.
A body? What the hell's going on? Was it that woman I met earlier?
No, it was a man. I didn't recognize him.
I thought I made it clear. I only agreed to come here if it was just the three of us. You, me, and Rhea. No one else. How hard is that to understand?
I didn't tell you. I wanted to come here to try and track down a disease. I thought this was where it started.
There's a disease? Why the hell didn't you make that clear? We haven't taken any precautions.
I know, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd come otherwise. But I didn't think we'd be in any danger.
What sort of disease?
I don't know what causes it. But I don't think it spreads through proximity. I'm trying to think. I went into the room and I noticed the balls had been set up on the table. And then all of a sudden they started to roll into the pockets. But I never touched them. It's only looking back on it now that I realize someone else must have been in there with me.
No memory loss is ever that focused. You must be able to remember something.
No, I swear it's the truth. I can't even tell that my memory has been messed with. I vividly remember being on my own the whole time.
I have the list of machine IDs in my bag. I can probably work out who he was.
You idiot! Give that to me!
Huh? What was that for?
Were you not listening to what I was saying?
That list of IDs was our only chance of being able to track what's going on. We're completely in the dark without it.
What if it's remembering that causes you to die? We know it doesn't spread by conventional means, and the victims so far have always had connections to each other.
How many people are in this house anyway?
Mason and Pippa. They were supposed to be waiting in here. We need to go and warn them.
Wait! If it's remembering that causes death, then we need to be careful about who we talk to.
I saw Mason going into the room with the dead body. He might be close to remembering.
Then it's too late. If he dies, you have to stop yourself from remembering him.
I can't. I don't know how. It's the thunder. That means it's happened again.
But I still remember all of us. Me, you, Rhea, and Pippa. Was there someone else you didn't mention?
It's best not to think about it. We probably did talk about them. And now we've forgotten.
What were you thinking? You knew this disease was dangerous, but you brought us all here anyway.
I thought if we figured out how it all started, we might be able to figure out how to end it.
I think I know which room to look in. I'll see what clues I can find.
We're relying on Rhea to figure all this out. I'll go make sure she has everything she needs.
Meg, I'll do what I can, but then I'm getting out of here. You should too.
I get that the Memory Eater is a disease, but he's also kind of a guy. Technically, he's only kind of a guy in type help because of the dream file. Since there was no and there was no dream file to kind of like personify malevolent intent to the info hazard phenomenon. It kind of is closer to a disease in this instance. Meg is dead, or she should be. I did think she said that she was gonna talk to Rhea. Rhea doesn't remember talking to Meg. Yeah, it's just it's very interesting to see people who have a sense of what the disease actually is, and their unique perspective of, oh God, what are we gonna do about it? How can we stop it? How can we solve it? It's quite creepy to see the people who gave you info during the Galley investigation. Yeah, that we talked to these and other people, and our player character just doesn't remember it. So, during time code 29, they mentioned Mason, and Mason is obviously the person who died here. Let's put 66 as Meg Patterson. And is there an avatar? I just see geography teacher. Oh, what have you done? Why are you here? You remember both Meg and Pippa, so maybe she isn't and Meg just hasn't shown up yet. It might be because in the last, at the end of the game, or when Lawrence dies, there's 2 thunderclaps. So 2 people might have gotten clapped in the same time code. Researcher, managing director, technical engineer. This managing director, does he look like a person here? Yes, he does. Of which I remember saying, I'm 80% sure this man was not in this photo beforehand. But then that's interesting, because what part of the memory hole effect would cause someone to show up in a Polaroid? Maybe it's not a Polaroid, but still. Pause. Pause. What do you mean by pause? That I should stop? Someone said pause and I don't know why. I was asking, oh, okay. Oh, I see, pause. It was right above it, my bad. What was your reaction to sudden redhead? My reaction to checking the photo again was I didn't say anything about it. I assumed in my mind, oh, I must have just ignored him for some reason. And then someone in chat mentioned, that guy wasn't there before, was he? And I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. He definitely wasn't there before. Because I remember looking at this, then that, and then the soda can for no reason. The thing with Martha looking at the family album is she looked at the album and saw Rupert Galley. Now I am thinking, because in this game, Rupert is found with a film roll, and even Lawrence mentions it in the living room scene, that there is something related to that film roll or Rupert Galley in that camera that has some kind of interaction here. So, oh yeah, I was gonna see if I could put Meg down. Probably can't from what I know at this current moment. Let's just figure out the where and when of who died. So Mason died. Do we have Mason's full name? No. No, we do not. Lawrence Dunn, Meg Patterson, S. Moores. 2 people not hired. 3 more people who need approval. I guess these are kind of female names, Miss Smith and Jacqueline, so maybe he's Mason Gibbs, which would make him number 73. So let's assume Mason Gibbs is person number 73. The dead body they're referring to is in the billiard room, right? I found a body. I went into the room, I noticed the balls have been set up on the table, which is the billiard room. So we are in time code 29, billiard room. Possibly just, what was the numbers again? 73? 29, billiard room, 73. Please work. So tense.
Is that a dead body? How did they die? Is this the same thing as those other deaths? Maybe it's affecting me. I don't remember who he was. Of course, that's the book with all his notes in. I gave it to him. Sam! Oh, of course. I can't believe I forgot. Who else have I forgotten? I can't think. I don't understand. I should never have come here.
Rough. I think the only other instance of someone thinking about such baller final words. I should never have come here. Yeah. Never should have come here. I think Harry's the only other instance of someone completely by themselves, you know, in a scene. Being aware of, you know, what's gonna happen to them. That, like, they remembered somebody who was dead. Although Harry is he's a bit more quiet and pensive about, oh, I can't believe it, Rupert's actually dead. Whereas Mason here is definitely feeling the horror. So 73, Mason Gibbs. 73, Mason Gibbs. All right. Which would make the previous time code. We now know the victim was Sam. I feel like maybe I should be writing down. Let's start with 29, 28, 20, okay, 27, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31. And we'll just throw in 31. Lawrence death plus question mark. 29, where we're in. Mason death. 28 would be Sam death. Maybe I should also throw in billiard room, living room, billiard room. I did put that in 28, right? Okay, 28. We know it was Sam and Meg. Meg found the body, and just left. Sam Moore's looks like it might work. So that would be 65. So we could do 28, billiard room, 65, 66. And it's so nerve-wracking to click this because it's like, oh, I just hate seeing if it's gonna give me a you're wrong, because then it's like, oh no, what do I do? I've embarrassed myself, so fingers crossed. Okay.
Hey, where the hell were you? I told you clearly to watch over the two of them.
I just thought I'd go and check the room where John Hobbs must have jumped from, to see if there were any clues.
And? Did you find anything?
No, there was nothing there.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Meg. Do you know the risks I've had to take to get all this machinery here?
It'll be worth it, believe me. We just need a bit of time.
Well, I suppose it's too late to worry about it now. Those guests of yours had better keep their mouths shut after all this is over. You know, Meg, I was just talking to that man in the holding room. I know we both went to the same university.
Oh, well, that's a nice coincidence.
A coincidence? I'd like to think there was more to it than that.
Yes. Well, it's a bit of a stretch, but it might help us to have some old friends around.
But that's not the full picture, is it? There's another link here that connects all these people together. And I don't think you're the one that invited them all here. Are you, Meg?
I wasn't, no.
What were your instructions?
I had to get all of us here. The originals. You, me, Lawrence. I didn't invite the others.
Christ! I've risked it all to bring us here, Meg. This is too many unknowns.
It's only two strangers, and they both seem perfectly nice to me.
3 strangers? I asked you to watch over 3 of them.
Mason and Pippa. I don't remember a third.
Well, you know, the one that gave me this watch. Oh, she told me some far-fetched story that it would alert its holder whenever someone had died. As far as I can tell, it's just a normal watch, but the ticking's been driving me mad.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Fascinating. Wait, you really don't remember?
Should I?
Mason said you two had gone off together. You must have been with her just before coming in here.
I swear, I don't remember anyone else being there.
That's incredible. You don't remember looking over your shoulder to see who was following you? Or another set of footsteps?
I swear to God, I have no idea what you're talking about. Does that mean it's you? Have I caught
no
it?
Such focused neurological damage could...
Oh dear.
Interesting. Interesting. First of all, what was his name? Sam Moores. I should put that in. 65. It's interesting that when he makes the comment about getting all this machinery here, the fact that he was apparently told by the person who gave him the watch that it would alert its holder whenever someone had died. And of course, him being alerted by the watch by remembering who gave it to him means she died, and of course causes him to die. Do you think the thunderclap kills Death Note style with a heart attack, or does the shock of remembering short-circuit the brain at the time of the clap? I believe the newspaper said, kind of like in the regular game, that, does it say no causes of death have been confirmed? I remember talking in the video about how we just have to assume that the cause of death is remembering, and it's just like kind of your life being like snapped, because otherwise they would have written down they suffered a heart attack or some kind of brain aneurysm. Now the thing is about Sam Moores is that call this actually no, I don't even have to. I was gonna say call this fair or unfair, but he's Scottish, he's got red hair, maybe that could be the discerning factor for identifying him. But he does make the comment about 3 strangers. Which, sorry, let me go back to that. Who Meg says is Mason, Pippa, and a third person, female, who she's forgotten. Oh yeah, also the comment he makes about like, it seems like it seems like he should know what's going on because of why they're there, because of how upset he gets about the fact that everybody has a connection, and we know from the previous scene we watched that these connections are, you know, what causes people to remember and therefore get info hazard murdered. So what was I gonna go on? I was gonna go on the fact that 3 people are strangers, which means 3 people are probably unrelated to this D&M company, and maybe this, and basically we have D&M, 3 strangers, a lawyer, a geography teacher, and a researcher. So I think it's fair to say that Sam is this person, and also because he mentions buttons. He mentions bringing the technology here, and from this photo, it looks like he's the one who, you know, is in charge of it. Could you go back to the manual over here? I mean, there's 3 pages to the manual, so definitely these comments had to have been written by someone here who we were with. He also has a watch in that photo. That is also true. A nice, I guess I kind of assumed that he got the watch from the stranger during this incident here. But I guess he could have had it beforehand. I haven't put all the pieces together in my brain. Anyway, if he is the managing director of D&M, then that would make Meg the technical engineer at D&M. So I think this is fair to assign. I want to comment somewhere that 3 strangers, Mason, 3 strangers, Mason, Pippa, and I don't believe he ever says the name of the person who he remembers, basically. Mason, Pippa, and woman. Feels a bit wrong writing it like that, but that's what happened. So that's all we have. Unknown woman. That's probably better to write down. Unknown woman. And Mason Gibbs must be the geography teacher because there's 3 people and he's the only man. So we are left with, does it mention the name of the company on the manual? Yeah, the D&M that they're in charge of is Dolsky and Moores, which Moores would be Where's the list of IDs? Moores is Sam Moores, so he's the Moores. I don't know who the Dolsky is, but definitely someone else in charge of their little where does it say? It's page 3. Spectronoetic calibration company. Anyway, let's go back to the list of IDs. So we have a Jacqueline and we have a Miss Smith. I assume Pippa Smith would be person 74 because Pippa isn't a last name. I don't know if that's fair to say or not. Maybe I'll put down full names. Mason Gibbs, Pippa Smith, and unknown woman Jacqueline. I think that feels reasonable. Clearly it's Pippa Pig. I'm not so sure that says pig. I'm just not an expert on the English language, but okay. We know actually that okay. I'm not sure if this is entirely a stretch to make, but Sam says that, or Meg says that she went to investigate where John jumped off the building, which would be the attic, and that she came there alone and didn't find anything. Of course, towards the end, Sam comes to the realization that that Mason said Meg did go there with someone, who we know Pippa was. I should have put this down because we know Lawrence remembers Pippa before his death, which means that Meg went to the attic during time code 27 with person 75. 27 attic Meg person 75. Hello, Ghost Sorrow. Also, something cool is you find people in scenes, they pop up in the unknown section. Where? Oh yeah, they show up here. They show up here in the status unknown, so you can keep track of them. Anyway, hope this is correct. If it's not, I'm gonna be sad. Great.
That's it. Just up here.
I did as you asked.
You made sure to give him the watch.
I can follow simple instructions. What was all that for, anyway?
And you told him the story?
I told him exactly what you told me to tell him. I didn't enjoy it, but I think he found it quite amusing.
The others have just arrived. They'll start using the machine, and then all we need to do is wait.
Now, I was promised that you'd be able to help me. That, as scientists, you'd be able to put a stop to the bodies.
If we can find out how it all started in this house, then we can work out a way to stop your friends from dying.
My friends? They were not my friends!
Right, and family members. But like it or not, you're clearly connected to the recent bout of deaths.
I had nothing to do with any of it! I found myself in the middle of all these deaths, and clearly I've been framed, and I just need a way to get myself out of it!
Yes, whenever we find anything out, we'll come and let you know.
You're saying you don't even know what's going on?
We'll figure it out. I promise. Right. I'll go and see how the others are doing.
Am I supposed to recognize any of this? What is this? Aftershave? Gosh, that smell. It's that horrible stuff that Michael wears. I should have told him I was out. I don't know why I forgot to tell him. I don't understand. Why is his stuff here? He can't have anything to do with it. It's not possible.
Okay, Meg is absolutely masterminding these sequences of deaths. Just like Eddie going from a rage panic to whatever as soon as Vic was thunderclapped. Total disconnect from the dead. Oh, Meg, what are you up to? What are you up to? Why are you getting people thunderclapped? Also like that, you know, previously I started off the thing saying like, okay, surely all of us were at the front door before this, but there isn't a time code for before we enter the building, so that's no problem. We wouldn't have been, I guess, attuned to the machine or whatever before we had set everything up. And then Jacqueline, of course, is the first person to die. Jacqueline Death Attic. And I can put that there. And I should... So Jacqueline is... We can infer that the info hazard has killed into the modern day, and Jacqueline is just the next most logical path of the strain, as you know. And even Meg says that, like, why your friends and family members, like she kind of says it very blatantly, even though Jacqueline's like Jacqueline doesn't remember any of these people. Imagine being told by this person that, like, all these corpses that you found yourself in the middle of, oh yeah, right, those are your friends and family members. I mean, it would just be absurd, but she's kind of just like, it's like she's prompting, besides the fact that she finds the aftershave, it's like she's prompting to remember someone who is a friend slash family member of yours. I'm curious if you can search Rhea and all those time codes and what it will show you. I'm thinking that Rhea is definitely in the living room during all those time codes because I had to crank the generator. I think it's kind of just, I haven't attempted it, but I'm assuming there's people there with us during those time codes, which we will figure out. Time's only connected to a death. Yeah, but all the time codes are someone's death, so... Because it's basically every time we got to, like, a checkpoint and the thunderclap was heard and we had to restart the generator, someone, you know, would have died somewhere else in the house. Oh, like future codes? I mean, I was considering the fact that 31 is where we leave off, and that maybe I could try 32, me alone in the living room, but I'll throw it in there. But this would be the time code, assuming that the time code happens without the thunderclap. This would be what's happening right now. So try to view a scene containing only living people was the achievement I just got, and that seems like an accurate description. I guess it kind of makes sense. We know this machine is kind of like very related to death, even though like there's no point. We can't like use the machine to tap into what's going on in this scene, and it's just us trying to, it would just be like a paradox if it actually worked that way. You would just be seeing yourself, infinitely. Anyway. I still don't know why Rhea isn't dead after learning who Lawrence is. It's because Lawrence gets thunderclapped, and then before we turn the generator on and the light comes on and we find his body, another thunderclap happens, which is why we were able to safely look at this scene and remember who Lawrence is, because someone else, almost certainly it would have to be Meg. I guess I can put that here. What was her full name? Meg Patterson. And then I'll put a question mark because we don't know where she died. But it is interesting that after she died, the list of names got slipped under the door. You can't die from someone earlier in the chain. Yeah. Alright. What shall we do next? Told you to clearly watch over the two of them. Let's see. Well, it would have been before the attic scene. I want to... should probably find Hippa. Let's see. I just want to know where he goes after the end of the scene. Mason and Pippa. Saw Mason going into a room with a dead body, which we did. There's Mason's death. Me, you, Rhea, Pippa. Meg says we're relying on Rhea to figure all this out. I'll go and make sure she has everything she needs. So we might do 30 Meg, Rhea, living room. Allegedly. 30 living room, Rhea, Meg, mayhaps. Okay.
Meg, where have you been? I haven't seen you all evening.
It's not important. Things have been happening, but I can't think about that. Is there anything you need? Have you figured out what's going on yet?
I'm getting close, I think. There's some sort of pattern to the deaths, but I haven't figured out what's causing all of it.
Okay, that's good. We'll help you out as much as we can by looking for any other clues. Huh. What even is this?
A piano? What are you trying to look for?
Rhea, I'm sorry. I've made a mistake. I asked you and Lawrence to come here without telling you the full story. Although, there's always the machine.
I've been making good progress with it. I'm almost done, I promise.
Of course! I added everyone to the ID list earlier. I didn't think it would have to come to this.
Oh, you have more IDs somewhere?
I threw the list away. It was the safest thing to do at the time, but I didn't realize how important they might be later.
Why does this keep happening?
Funny. There's no lightning.
This isn't working.
I guess the machine must be overloading when it detects a new death. Oh, don't worry. I've done this a million times before.
Where are you going?
Oh, I'm off to find the list of IDs. I think I know where they'll have fallen. I'll be back soon. And I've left you another page from the manual. I put some notes on there.
Don't be long. And don't put yourself in any danger for my sake, will you?
Nice. Remember when it went error mode? Yeah, I remember that, and then like it just fixed itself off screen. I'm sure there was probably like the thudding sound as well. I wonder if we could have seen, I'm not sure because the light's on like right now, but actually no, we probably, because his body appeared then. I wonder if we probably could have also noticed that the piano was covered up earlier until that moment where she takes the thing off of it, right? She did do that. I'm not crazy. A piano. She pulls the sheet off of it. Oh, there could have been so many more things to pick up on. Let me check the VOD. God luck and good speed, because that's a long VOD. I wish I kind of remember all the instances where in our original playthrough the power goes out. I remember the thunderclap when we're watching Eve sleep, and that's Harry's death. I remember the one at the end, which kickstarted this epilogue. I'd have to think a little hard on that to try and remember, which I'd rather spend trying to sleuth things out. But I do like because Rhea's forgotten this conversation with Meg. You know, we get some detail of how she has, you know, solved the Galley House mystery by this point. Anyway, we know at the end of this scene that Meg goes off to find the list of IDs, which we know should be in the basement kitchen, since she tossed them down the dumbwaiter. So 31 kitchen 66 probably. Definitely.
Where is it? Must have fallen down over here. Ah, okay, good. Best not to look at any of this too closely. Oh God. I suppose it could work. Ray is still up there using the machine. She'll be able to listen back to all of this if I give her the IDs. She never asked to be part of this. She deserves to know the truth. Oh, poor Lawrence. He can't have long left. Oh God. It's that stupid toy dinosaur that Lawrence keeps on his desk. I didn't realize what it was for. I'll have to remember quickly. If Lawrence is in there with Rhea, I can't risk it spreading to her. Focus on the dinosaur. Focus on the dinosaur. The dinosaur. Lawrence. Lawrence Dunn. Oh God!
It's interesting that she's so certain. Like, she says, I didn't realize what the toy dinosaur was for, and then she's kind of protective over us, Rhea, which is interesting because she seems to be aware of how she's kickstarting everybody else's deaths, but she doesn't seem to be, you know, acting so nefariously in this last scene. 8:39 of the VOD, it did. The cover disappeared after that. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Also, there's There's also a coffee cup up here. That might also be another one that at some point in time this coffee cup ended on top of the monitor. I like how you just went on like a side quest to go find something in the original VOD and you come back to report and I'm like, ooh, what about this coffee cup?
Looks like it's not ready yet.
So the not ready yet for this, I believe, has to do with Lawrence putting the film reel from Rupert Galley in the scanner. Be right back. Sorry. Alright. What should we do? The coffee cup is not there at the start. Yeah, I can imagine that much. That it's I just wonder at which thunderclap the coffee cup pops up. I really wish I could have like exactly when I feel like I could replace and go back to the Galley House timeline, but that wouldn't exactly clue me into which points where generator restarts. Your face cam covers it. Oh, I'll move this for a little bit. Coffee cup. Right there. Maybe I can move this up higher. I don't think the subtitles reach that far. That was me. I left my coffee sitting there. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I know I figured I could swap the IDs and go back to the Galley House timeline. It's just I'm not sure which of these thunderclaps. I stopped marking them after a certain point. Which of these thunderclaps were generator restarts? I'm pretty sure this one was, and I'm pretty sure this one was, and I'm pretty sure it didn't happen there. It happened then. This one was. In the VOD, it's covered. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. that makes more sense. Whoopsies. Anyway, you can see it. You can see it there, or right under the thing. Dang it. Well, at least the dev, Jeremy, said the cup is not there. So it was this thunderclap. Has the scanner figured out the film yet? No, I clicked. I imagine it'll figure out the film after I've uncovered enough. This was a generator restart. Well, the generator doesn't started? Maybe yes, maybe no. But at least this, and this. They were like, I feel like there should have been another one somewhere around here. I've got the general idea. I assume when we uncovered I would have, oh man, it really makes me want to like write down like what, at all these time codes, what Rhea knows at each particular point. The only one we grabbed was at time code 30, where this is like this is the penultimate generator restart. Anyway, should probably get back to the solving. I should figure out where Pippa died. Which, guess I'll look through this scene. We probably, because Lawrence would have had to have found the body. Yep, threw the IDs down. That was around the time of the third thunderclap. I went to look for clues after I talked to Meg, and that's when I found the film, which would be the study, because nobody picked it up. Actually, the film was found on Rupert's corpse, and Harry moved the body. But we didn't, on the Avatar thing, we didn't read that, like, the body was found outside. Like, Harry's, it said he was, like, you know, found outside covered in mud, something like that. So maybe Rupert's corpse was, you passed it, he mentioned Rupert. I found something in the room Rupert died in. Okay, Rupert's corpse was... Well, this is the puzzle and it's definitely correct. But he says he found... Oh wait, Rupert was found with the film canister, not the film. I believe. So, yeah. Makes sense. Okay, so room Rupert died in is the study. Time code 30. 30, study, and it would be these, but I am going to double check because I don't want to get hit with that error. Let's see. I went to look for clues after I talked to Meg, and that's when I found the film, but I couldn't save Pippa. So they were probably there together. 30, study, 67, 74. Click.
Oh, come on. Come on.
What's going on? Your seance machine just overloaded. It looked like it had a power
You
surge.
were using the machine. I thought I told you
Rhea was using the machine, and I was helping her. Listen, if it's picked up a new signal...
I know what it means. Trust me. The best thing you can do right now is to leave. Don't talk to me, and don't think about anything that's
I'm not leaving
happened.
until you tell me what's going on. If you're looking for something, I can help you find it.
I'm trying to find anything that could be a clue as to how the disease started.
I should have realized. It was only the younger girl that was worried about their mum finding out. The older one must not have known. It was the same thing. The same disease. I've been tricked. I wasn't brought here to help you. I was brought here to die.
What the hell is that?
A modified noetic booster. My own making. One shot to the head is the equivalent of 1,000 hours with a seance machine.
Why the hell do you have that on you?
You never know when you'll need it. Better safe than sorry.
You don't really intend to use it.
Just keep looking. There must be a clue in here somewhere. It's the bag. It's the bag. It must have something important in it.
Don't look in there. Are you mad?
There has to be something. I know it. A tie? I saw this pattern
Put
earlier.
it back. Please, put it back in the bag.
It's too late. That bloody teacher.
But you're not dead yet. Just stop thinking about it. Maybe we can still stop it. What the hell was that for?
If I'm not making it out of this, I at least had to see if my design
Pippa,
really worked.
focus on me. We don't know exactly what causes people to die. Maybe you still have more time. What the hell? I can't be here. The noetic booster. It was hers. Some old film. This has to be it. I still have time. If I can stop myself from fully remembering, I can still do this. I can still do this.
Is there a way to toggle off people who died from subsequent time codes? My OCD doesn't like them not being all darkened out. I'm not sure. I can check, but probably not. I mean, I just take it as, oh, they're highlighted. That means they're gone because they're unknown. Fair enough to Pippa. If you're gonna go out, at least go out in the name of science. It's true. She did science blast herself at the end. So we should probably put in her full name, which was Pippa Smith. Pippa Smith, 74 is Pippa Smith. Remember he mentioned the teacher, which would have clued in that Mason was that person. We talked about it a lot and made that decision on purpose. I think it's fine. You know, especially maybe it only feels a bit weird because people are dying out of order in this case, but like in the original Galley House mystery, it's kind of like cascading down the line where, you know, unknown means they're gone. Yeah. Anyway, I wonder if I can do the avatars for them. Researcher and... Oh wait, she's a researcher. She just science blasted herself, so yeah. Which would make Jacqueline a lawyer. I'm sure she probably... Oh, there's a C there. No, it's a C-Q-U-E. It's a C-Q. C-Q-U-E. Jacqueline. Jacqueline. Pippa... Well, I don't need to include their last names here. Death in the study, and also I could put Meg in the kitchen. Probably shouldn't get into the behind the scenes in too much detail. Actually, it's not only my story to tell, if that makes sense. I haven't asked the rest of the dev team. That makes sense. I think she mentioned something about getting framed while in the attic, very, very lawyer coded. I guess that could also work as well, that like she's in some kind of legalese business. I was convinced when playing Type Help that it was all R/at's fault, that them ordering them like that was causing them to die in that order rather than he ordered them in the order they died in. I like that. Obviously it doesn't, you know, match this, you know, the story, but I like that idea of, you know, like seeing that in like a meta context, that this narrator is actually orchestrating a series of deaths in a particular way. I was thinking it was a simulation and memory was being freed up in the order in the simulated world. I like that. I like that theory. I like the deaths being out of order in the new content. Makes the puzzles more fun. True. I think definitely in my video when I'm narrativizing it, I, you know, take that, since we know it's actually just a big part of the fact that At mentions his numbering system, that we discover, oh, his numbering system means these deaths are counting down, and therefore when we see, or when we see here thunderclaps, we know definitely this person died. But because in, you know, this kind of epilogue puzzle, we're thrown into this mess and trying to, you know, rewind and pick up the pieces of, you know, what happened here, because Ray is the only living person at the current moment, so she's the only, and she's forgotten everything. So I like being in the position of someone who has just been, their memory has just been completely holed for most of this evening. There were some red herring pictures. Yeah, I like that as well. We talked about the inheritance dispute that was ongoing. Anyway, Pippa mentions that she was just helping Rhea. If I can find the specific line, maybe I really should be like highlighting these. Okay, Rhea was using the machine and I was helping her, which means in timecode 29, in the living room, Rhea and Pippa were doing some science investigation.
Hi, I don't think I caught your name.
It's Rhea. I'm sorry, you can't be in here.
It's much too late for that. I've already made myself familiar with your equipment. I'm impressed.
I'm trying to do an investigation. I need you out of the room.
It's fun, isn't it? Using the machine. I tried it once. Not an experience you can get anywhere else.
You're really not supposed to have done that. And how did you turn it on? You don't have an access card.
Oh, no, not that machine exactly. The one I used was not as big and certainly not as powerful, but it did its job.
I thought this was supposed to be the only one in existence. Where did you find the other one?
I was asked to help with detecting codes for it to use. I didn't ask what the purpose was, and I wasn't told. But a home-built machine set up in a creepy playroom, I had to use it once, to see for myself.
You can detect codes?
That's why I was invited here. Or so I thought. Only I've been told I should stay out of the way instead. I didn't come here to be chatting with a geography teacher for hours on end.
Maybe it's for the best. Even if Meg did invite you, she's more than capable of setting this all up herself. You can go home if you want to.
Look, I know you don't want my help, but before you all arrived, I placed some of my own equipment around the house. And while I was stuck in the holding room just now, I received a signal from one of the upstairs antennas. It looks to be more or less the same format that you're using for this machine. If it's any help at all, you should take it.
Oh, I'll see if it works. But like I said, we're perfectly capable of doing this ourselves. Huh? Oh, for goodness sake.
What's happening?
It's fine. This is the second time this has happened. I'll just restart the generator. If that's what you came here for, then I'm sorry, but I really need to get back to the investigation.
Where's the other guy you were with? The one that was so protective of the machine?
He left when the power went out the first time. I don't know where he went.
He must have known what would cause a sudden surge in power. I have to go and see this for myself.
Alright, so which was the ripped piece of paper? Ah, Coburn Research Center. She was a researcher at FRC. Interesting. So these, I assume, were the codes for what she mentioned was the other machine she's familiar with. Interesting. And also the fact that she tried the machine once, enjoyed the experience, and then invented a 1,000 hours noetic injection device. Right? I guess it might actually be a really noetic booster. I think the seance machine might feel really good to use, I guess. It's very Black Mirror-like. Oh yeah. I get that feeling. I mean, 1,000 hours in the seance machine, available on demand. Have you been enjoying your time with it and seeing the past? Yeah, it's true. But then, if she was in, maybe it'll be explained, maybe it won't because it's not entirely pertinent. But like, we use the seance machine to, specifically go somewhere that we're attuned to. Is her just injecting herself with the seance machine booster, the seance, the whatever it was, that like, what is she seeing for those simulated 1,000 hours? Is it just the feeling of like peering? Is it just random memories of her past or the past? It's interesting. Spectrometer was made for puzzle lovers. Probably not addictive like a drug, but for the rush of finding answers. Yes. You can't be abusing the puzzle-solving machine just because it gets you high. I know it feels good to use, but we need to solve murders with this thing. Alright. She mentions quite a few things that are puzzle-solving relevant. They're referring to the... I forget his name. Click. Sam? I think they're referring to Sam here as the person that was protective of the machine, since he's built it or was, involved with building it. He left when the power went out the first time. I feel like I could try 27 living room Sam plus Rhea, but I feel like that might not be correct. And also, like, Pippa knows that he was with her, so she might have been there in that scene. I don't really want to just, like, take a swing and miss. Just 5 more minutes, I can stop whenever I want. Not Lawrence. Was Lawrence an engineer? Machine supervisor. True. I kind of just assumed that since Sam is pictured with the machine in that one with the prototype machine, that he would investigate after the power outage because he knows what could potentially be causing that. I think there's another thread to go off of. Mister, you're not supposed to touch it. Let's see. She does mention something about the home-built machine set up in a creepy playroom. I had to use it once to see for myself. I didn't come here to be chatting with a geography teacher for hours on end, which means she was with Mason for a period of time. Mason dies during this time code, so maybe I should write down Mason plus Pippa 27, 28, unless the chat she's referring to happened like on the way here. I placed some of my own equipment around the house, and while I was stuck in the holding room just now, I received a signal from one of the upstairs antennas. More or less the same format that you're using for this machine. If it's any help at all, you should take it. Oh, she's referring to the scrap of paper she tears off and gives to us. Yeah, and that's why she gives us the day 2 15 Vix room 12457. Does she say? Oh, and after this she goes and dies in the study. So I think we're clear on 31, clear on 30. 4 people, 3 people, 2 people. Sam dies during 28. So what am I thinking about right now? I wonder if there's an age limit to the info hazard, and what about Vic's unborn baby? I assume just, like, she died, so therefore, that, you can't have like a corpse gestating. It was the 1930s as well. Not a lot for science to do. I'll have an achievement for getting all the names and icons correct from the original story. It was fun to sleuth out which pic was which from context. I think I kind of like that there wasn't, because you could name anybody anything. Like, sure, naming people their first and last name is probably the most helpful thing you can assign to a character, but you could call John Hobbs just like the Oath and just remember him as the Oath. So you don't really need to specifically get like an extrinsic reward for, you know, assigning everybody correctly. Or even just the icons. I don't know. It feels in this. I like the fact that it's you know, it's intrinsically helpful. Like I'm 98% sure I've assigned everybody's avatar correctly here, and I kind of don't. I'm satisfied with, you know, kind of just having that. Maybe if I got an achievement that was like, assuming I didn't, I might have. I'm not gonna shift tab and look through the achievements list. It's fine. At least maybe not the kind of memory that the info hazard works on. I don't think memory would have been particularly applicable in that instance. It also said early stages of pregnancy on the avatar thing. So back to sleuthing. I told you clearly to watch over the two of them. Alright, let's think about... I kinda wanna feel like I wanna like clear off everyone in entirety. Does Mason ever say anything useful? Mentions that he gave Sam a book with his notes in it. He says he told Meg to watch over the two of, well, what ends up being the three of them. Sam wouldn't be able to like chew Meg out over, you were supposed to be with the three of them unless he had found the was it just, it was the two of them because Jacqueline actually came up to the attic with her. So Sam is referring to speaking to Pippa, and I'll just write down right that it should be actually Sam plus Mason plus Pippa at 27, but that doesn't tell me where. Unless he mentions, I mean, it has a reference on it, so maybe he says the room they were in. I was talking to that man in the holding room. I know we both went to the same university. This might be my Americanism showing, but what exactly is the holding room? Unless they mean the living room, since that's where all the machine is being held. What's a holding room? Maybe I'm not supposed to know what a holding room is. I know someone else has mentioned, I think Pippa might have mentioned the holding room as well. I could like obviously try and like make an educated guess, but it's not natural. I know someone else mentions the holding room. Maybe I glossed over it in this scene. Let's see. It is Pippa. Yeah, I felt like it was. You can search for the word, can't you? Can you search for words? I'm not sure if I've done that once, ever at all. If it was a feature. Control F is. Oh, I know you can grab stuff and put it in the notebook, but I'm not sure if I can search by specific word, like I think you can in type help. It's never really been like necessary. Oh, the magnifying glass. Oh, yeah. I kind of like never used these. Holding. And while I was stuck in the holding room just now, I received a signal from one of the upstairs antennas, which does tell me the holding room is on the first floor. Yeah. Well, still not anything particularly specific. I'm not going to Google the holding room to try and figure out that from like added context. I'll just keep looking elsewhere. So let's see what Lawrence was up to in the prior scene, because we know where Meg was in timecode 28, but we don't know where Lawrence was. I guess technically, yeah, I could whittle down what the room is because people have referred to other rooms before. Regardless, I wanted to look at Lawrence. The machine just cut out on us would imply that he was present, or when the machine cut out, which would mean at time code 28, I could try 28 living room, Lawrence, Rhea, but maybe someone else was there, and I don't know, it kind of feels maybe not the most like truly pure deduction. Who dies during 28? Sam dies during 28, yeah. Machine just cut out on us. Did it say anything else relevant? We talk about Mason's body. Only agreed to come here if it was just the three of us. You, me, and Rhea, no one else. He's forgetting Sam here. I assume he is because they all work for the same company. It's so fascinating to see what the forgetting looks like from perspective of someone who does forget. Yeah, I really like once this epilogue like clicks on that, like the fact that Rhea only knows what she's physically done with the generator, not counting the time someone else started it, and that the comments she's made talking to herself. She doesn't remember who unlocks the door for them to get inside. She just remembers, what she's done with the device. Did you say you're doing a vid on Galley House? Not sure. I mean, I definitely would like to cover, this kind of like epilogue, and that would also, it would definitely be a different kind of video because there's not too much purpose in going through. There's points in the base game that I would like to point out, which have been like changed, like Martha's story, which I think is good and makes sense. We'll see. We'll talk about stuff once this is finished. Anyway, back to their conversation. He mentions Sam in the billiard room. No memory loss is ever that focused. Oh, if only he knew. She tosses his IDs down the dumbwaiter. What if it's remembering that causes you to die? Feels like that this is like her obfuscating, because it seems like she already knows by this point from Jacqueline and whatnot that remembering is what causes you to die. Mason and Pippa, they were supposed to be waiting in here. We need to go and warn them. They were supposed to be waiting in here. Well, just because they were supposed to be in here doesn't mean... Well... I could try... No. Well... Yeah, I know. The fact that she's protective of Rhea towards the end is definitely, you know, it's like, how do these two things, her behavior beforehand and her behavior after, match up? This is probably going to come out as an error, but Meg says that, where did I get to again? Mason and Pippa were supposed to be waiting in the dining room, which means that they might have been in the dining room together during the previous instance. 20, which would be 28 dining room, Mason and Pippa. Now this feels like it's probably not correct, but it also feels legal to enter because it's like, oh, they're supposed to be in the dining room. Let's see if they were actually in there. And then if it comes up blank, then that means, okay, they weren't where they were supposed to be. That seems healthy. And it's actually correct. Great.
Did you find what you were looking for?
That's none of your business.
Who was it knocking at the door?
2 more people. They didn't seem happy to see me. I sent them both through to the machine room.
Oh, I saw that room. I caught a brief glimpse, I mean. Do you know what they're doing in there?
It's a seance machine. It can listen back to events around the time someone died.
Oh. You know a thing or two about physics, do you?
I have a PhD in analytical spectronoetics. I brought all my equipment here to help them, but no one will admit they ever invited me. What was the point?
You got an invitation too, then? Telling you to come here for something important?
To save many lives now and in the future?
I had the same thing. I thought it was Sam that invited me.
Mine was anonymous. I'll admit, I had the suspicion someone was trying to trick me out of my equipment, but I came anyway.
I just took it at face value. I feel like an idiot. I can't imagine we're saving any lives by being here.
Speak for yourself.
What are you holding? What's it doing?
It's something I built to help detect where and when different signals are coming from.
What's the point? I thought this whole thing was a hoax.
If I'm right, the others here are investigating a series of deaths that have all occurred recently. It's been on the news, the thunder and the dead bodies appearing. No one seems to remember any of them.
Some kind of brain disease?
It's more elusive than that. Ever heard of the TV show Broomsticks?
Oh, yeah, it's a classic.
So you remember the old man that used to live in the flat with them?
Who? I thought it was just the 3 of them.
That's what everyone else thought too, until they watched the reruns recently. Imagine their surprise.
I don't get it. You think that has something to do with whatever happened in this house?
That's my theory. But then I don't understand why they'd invite me here and not want my help. I don't trust them. Making us stay in this room the whole time, it's an insult.
What's that?
It's found something. A common source of signals, all coming from upstairs.
Are you going to go and tell them?
I might as well try. If they won't listen to me, then it's their own fault.
I can't stay here any longer. I need to get back to my family.
I like her climbing, her sprite climbing on the table. Okay. The dining room, they are being, the what was supposed to be the 3 strangers are being held in the dining room they make a reference to the machine room, which would probably mean that the dining room is the holding room for these, I don't want to call them like extras because it sounds rude, but they're, you know, they're extra people who are not particularly, you know, they're not like involved with the company. Would that make dining room the holding room? Yeah, I was getting that. I wonder if it gets like hard confirmed somewhere. Legal to enter, the puzzle police aren't gonna show up and take you away. I like that so far everything has been, you know, like I put in the code, I cross my fingers, and it works, you know? I'm trying to get through it with as little, you know, like, I don't know what I would call it, like, I don't want to say like inverse deductive reasoning, but you know, like, you get an error and that tells you information. It tells you those people were definitely not there in that room at that particular point in time. And that's like, that's valuable information towards like actually solving the required puzzle. I'm just trying to get through it by following, you know, the evidence, the guiding hand. If I had a nickel for every time someone called Sam was acting mysterious in a puzzle game, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. Thought doing too many wrong flips might have short-circuited the machine. Might short-circuit the machine. Yeah, you know, I'm trying to roleplay Rhea as just on point. She gets everything. She understands. She solved this perfectly. That may or may not last forever, but let's hope so. Alright, what else do they say is pertinent? Because there is a reference. She obviously enters this room, which means she was somewhere else. Who was knocking at the door? 2 more people, they didn't seem happy to see me. I sent them both through to the machine room. So the idea I'm getting is this is the start of the game that she's referring to, where Rhea and someone else, she says 2 more people, so Rhea and someone interact with the door. Rhea says it's locked, and then the door opens. Yeah. And then obviously Rhea only remembers going to the machine room because whoever she was with has been memory hold. So I could do, now that I know actually that Rhea and someone else showed up later, that does fit into time code 27. So Pippa let them in, so that would be the entrance. That would be Rhea and Pippa and someone else at the entrance, which would be either Lawrence or Sam. And do they mention that Sam was already in the building? Yep, I thought, well, yeah, if they received an anonymous invitation and Mason shows up and sees Sam, he would think Sam is the one that invited me. So he should already be in here. Also, he dies during this time code, which I don't know. He's already said watch over the 2 of them, which means he's already been here. Definitely. Which would mean time code 27 at the entrance, Pippa, Lawrence, and Rhea arrived. Maybe it might be the living room because she showed them to the machine room, as in she physically guided them to the room, but double checking because I want it to be correct. Time code 27, Lawrence, Rhea, Pippa. Entrance, Lawrence, Rhea, Pippa. I want to believe. Great.
I assume we use the front door?
Oh, it's locked.
Well, that looks like Meg's umbrella, so they're definitely here.
Can't see anyone inside.
They'll come. They can't start this without us.
You said this was a murder site.
Something like that. Someone was shot, someone fell out a window, plus a whole bunch of other deaths that were never solved. Sam was explaining it to me this morning. There's an old newspaper in my bag if you want to take a look.
Okay. But you think we can figure out what really happened?
That's not my problem. I'm only here to make sure the machine is working properly. If it were up to me, we wouldn't be doing any of this. But Sam, when Sam gets an idea into his head...
Meg told me this was her idea. Apparently it wasn't easy getting Sam's approval to move all the machinery out here.
Oh, and it's even worse than I thought. Oh, come on! They must be in there somewhere.
Look, I'm not sure I should be here. I don't know as much as maybe you think I do.
I'm sorry for asking you to come here after work, Rhea, but trust me, if I could do all this myself, I would. I needed someone new to interface with the machine. I've used it far too much myself.
Is it dangerous?
No, it's perfectly safe. And I have an auto-injector in my bag if worst comes to worst.
What's going to happen to me that I'd need one of those?
Nothing. It's just a precaution. But when we first started, we didn't understand its limitations. I've never experienced it myself, but I've known people get obsessed with using the machine over and over again. Even long after they've stopped using it, they can be locked in conversation with people that aren't there, just talking to
You
thin
should
air.
have warned me. I feel like I'm underqualified for this.
You'll be fine. Trust me. You're only using the machine just for this evening. You won't get any hallucinations, I promise. And even if you do, they'll wear off after a couple of days.
Hello?
Who the hell are you?
I'm Pippa Smith. You're really telling me you don't know who I am either?
Where's Meg and Sam? I thought this place was supposed to be empty.
Then you're in for a surprise.
What's going on?
Your friends are here, but it seems they're preoccupied with the other guests. If it's the seance machine you're looking for, you'll find it just through there on your
The
right.
seance machine? You mean...
I'm a researcher in the field of spectronoetics. I've seen this stuff before.
You'll stay away from our machine. You shouldn't be here in the first place.
Come on, we should get started.
You need to go and wait somewhere else while we're using the machine. Understand?
Fine with me.
What the hell was that about?
Meg and Sam didn't tell you about inviting anyone else?
I only agreed to come on the condition it was just us four. I don't like being lied to. Come on. I'll show you how to get everything set up.
So Lawrence elucidates the phenomenon of people get really addicted to using the seance machine. They love it, which explains why Pippa has spent her own personal time trying to emulate 1,000 years worth of that seance hallucinatory goodness. Very interesting. Interesting. Well, I'm glad we got that. So who have we not placed during time codes? Sam dies in this scene. Oh, we don't even have... Yeah, so we really just need Sam for 27. As well as Mr. Mason. Now let's see. I remember Mason says when he finds Sam's body, the thing he remembers him is a book of notes. Obviously Sam's also, when he talks about, I was just talking to a man in the holding room, we both went to the same university. And he's talking about Mason. And then he suspects it's more than a coincidence that these people are being brought here. And that Meg wasn't the person, it wasn't Meg's idea. Meg has been instructed by somebody else to orchestrate the occurrence in this house, which is why she tries to protect Rhea at the end, because she's just following orders. The originals, though. Yumi Lawrence. Very interesting. Anyway, I think at this point we have legally deduced the holding room is where the extras are being held. So if Sam was just speaking to who we know is Mason in the holding room, which is the dining room, we can... Dining room, it's 27, correct. Dining room, 27, Sam and Mr. Mason. Probably. He's just sitting on the table.
Hey, where's Meg? I thought I told her to watch over the three of you.
Oh, I don't know. She took the woman, Jackie. She said she had to take her somewhere.
And what about the other one?
Pippa? I think she said she wanted to do some exploration. Oh, I tried to tell her.
4 years I've kept this machine a secret. What the hell is Meg up to?
I don't know.
Why did she invite you here?
What? She didn't. You did.
What I did? I don't know who the hell you are.
You told me. You said you had something to show me.
I did I? Oh, someone's playing a clever trick, and they know their history.
So, it wasn't you who invited me?
Lawrence and Rhea didn't know the location until this morning. They wouldn't have been able to plan ahead like this. It must have been Meg. But why? She seemed dead set on solving this case. She would have known how dangerous it was to invite outsiders. What did your invitation say exactly?
I thought it was from you. It just said you'd made a breakthrough and you wanted to show me something.
No offence, Mr. Gibbs, but I can't imagine why I'd want to bring you along on a scientific investigation.
You don't recognize me?
Recognize you from where?
We knew each other. Well, we met once. We both studied physics. Back at university, you lent me your textbook once, and I never gave it back.
Ah, fascinating. No, there's more to this than I thought.
I have the textbook here with me. The invitation said to bring something of mine that you'd remember. I assume that's what you meant.
Give that to me.
I was lucky I kept it all this time. But I never throw things out, I suppose.
You'd have thought there'd be some kind of clue hidden in
The
here.
only notes are the ones you wrote yourself. I didn't add any, of course. I was only borrowing it.
So you weren't three strangers after all. A teacher, a lawyer, and a spectronoeticist. There must be a connection to each I'm missing.
Well, I don't know of any connections. I've never met the other two in my life.
That has to be it.
You've figured it out?
I'm getting closer. Don't leave this room, or I'll know.
I won't.
I need to talk to Meg before this gets out of control.
Interesting. Did Sam show up at the time of his thunderclap in the prototype machine photo? I do believe that, like, that happened really early. We got these lists of scanned images very early on. He was not here. Then post his thunderclap, he would show up. It's very interesting because we know that the info hazard causes you to forget. And it's very interesting to have a physical piece of evidence that instead of, you'd think if you forgot some, it doesn't work like this, like with Martha's photo album, but you'd think if you forgot someone, maybe they would disappear from a photo. But the fact that it happens the other way, that Sam appears in this photo after what was either the current thunderclap or the one where he gets snapped away, probably more relevant if it's the one where he gets snapped away, that he shows up. Interesting. And Mason mentions that he doesn't have a connection to the others, but Meg makes the connection for Pippa by the fact that he's wearing a tie. I think Pippa mentions in the bag she finds something with the same like tie pattern, and which was clearly planted. You can go back and reread the scene with Martha talking about the photos if you'd like a reminder. I will do that. I will do that. Because now that you've said that, that does click for me. That, right there, right prior. That I was looking through our old photographs and there's someone there in all of them, a man I don't recognize. I swear I've looked in all these before and he was never there. He's just appeared. I don't understand. My brain was still kind of in like a type help, but in this context with the photo we were given, is it like, obviously this is kind of all leading up to Rupert's photo, that, but the fact that Rhea would probably remember at the time that there was no one in that photo? He just appeared. False memory. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I was trying to get at. That just like not knowing who opened the door for us, Rhea would think that there was no one in the photo until just like looking at it and being like, wait, there is someone in the photo, someone I don't recognize, who I could have sworn was never there because they wouldn't have existed in your mind. Doesn't like it appears in the photo too early? I really wish I had specifically which scene triggers the generator restart, because that would be good for figuring out the timeline of all these different phenomena that happen in this room. But yeah, the way Martha specifically says those lines, I was just so in my head originally of like, obviously she sees Rupert, because we know they got married and he is 100% in those photos. But she surely has memories of looking through her photo album and swearing that he was never in those photos because he was holed from her memory. So yes, because it changes all your prior memories from the memory hole effect, you would just like I, the player in Rhea's shoes, would believe this man was not in this photo earlier. Obviously he was, but I just didn't remember. Cool. All right. I think the only thing we have left is Pippa saying the other guy you were with, the one that was so protective of the machine, he left when the power went out the first time. I don't know where he went, which, let's see if we can swing and get this. It's definitely time code 28. Time code 28. Living room. Lawrence. Me. Turn you off. I'm kind of sad that we don't have a last name for Jacqueline unless I missed it or it'll come up later. She's just called Jackie, so. But I guess the particulars of their names weren't prescient for whatever person who instructed Meg has going on. Wait, can you do me a favor? I want to see one thing. Yeah, sure. I'll do whatever you want. Is there intuition on the scene where Pippa talks to Mason? That would be here. No, there's no thing. And this would be timecode 28, right? Pippa talks to Mason in timecode 28. He mentions the knocking on the door and sending both of those people through to the machine room, which would be the intuition probably there. Yeah. I just read your comment right now. She says she sent people into the machine room, and yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad I could help. It's not the first time that I've actually had the opportunity to put a fix in the game. I made a comment last year in like when I was working on the Rise of the Golden Idol video, where I was like, is this like a little bit of a plot hole? And they were like, oh great, yeah, we'll immediately fix a cutscene with a particular line. So I'm happy to help. Anyway, they've been sent to the machine room, so click.
There's so much stuff. Are you sure this has all been set up properly?
Meg knows what she's doing. Can you switch that generator on over there? Okay. Looks like the antennas are working. I'll take these off as we go along.
Looks like it's not ready yet.
Don't worry about that. We need to get the machine set up first.
What does identification mean?
Right. You'll need to print a new ID card. Go over to the computer and follow the instructions.
I'm supposed to put my hand on the screen.
Yeah, that's it. It won't hurt you.
Rhea Beckon.
Fantastic. If you slot it into the machine, it should recognize it.
It's still not working.
Oh, you'll need to calibrate the IDs. And you'll have to tell it where the 3 antennas are too. It's all on the note. Ah, here's the list of IDs. I'll add your name. Who the hell are all these people? I've told her before. She's not supposed to add new IDs to the machine without my oversight.
Okay, it's working.
All you need to do now is to figure out which scene codes to enter into the machine to progress. I'll sort out the computer to make sure it's updating from all the scenes correctly. Let me know if you need help.
I think I can figure it out.
How's it going? Can you hear it all right?
It's crazy. It's like I can see it all in my head.
The first time's always the best.
Someone mentioned an invitation.
Oh, yeah. Sam gave it to me this morning. You can have a read if you like. Have you figured out who did it yet?
I'm not sure. I feel like I'm just following people for the sake of following them.
Well, I'm sure one of them's a murderer. Haven't you seen any dead bodies yet?
Only one person so far. They died in the study. But I don't know how they died. I don't even know who they were.
Keep going. I'm sure once all the others start dying, it will become obvious who's doing it.
Bloody hell.
The machine must have overloaded. That can only mean one thing. Go and restart the generator. I'll go and see what the hell the others are up to.
I gotta say, I love the fact that we, the player, give ourselves our own tutorial as to how, like, we interact with all these machines, and that, like, the whole time our character was actually guided through that process by someone else. I like that a lot. Don't really have backdrop changes for room changes for a lot of things, like people picking up pens, moving pots around, things like that. Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. It's great when you discover things, you know, in these kind of like detective games that recontextualize a lot of information. And in this case, it's information that like comes from the player's intuition of like, oh, I gotta like, the screen says to, you know, do calibrations on it. Oh, I get a card. I'm gonna put it in the card slot. Anyway. There was a thunderclap. But everyone is dead, right? Can I click on this now? No, I can't yet. Just having new info papers pop up randomly, you kind of take for granted. Nah, that's a coworker giving you stuff. Yeah, I imagine that, like, obviously I didn't, like, you know, take the time to, like, really hunker down and be like, now why are we receiving slips of different paper, you know? Which I think another thing you can kind of read into is that the handwriting is different as well on these. Pretty sure. Maybe some of these manual pages. Oh, the handwriting is kind of actually similar. Well, maybe it's just hard to tell because that one's written at an angle. These are definitely like, is it like the? Yeah, this one's written in red. I should be completely being like, wait a minute. These are written in red and these are written in black. That's like the clearest indicator that someone else is responsible. Who's 64? You are right. Who is 64? Let me catch up on chat for a bit because I was just talking. Go back to the photo. That also seemed like the most logical course of action. Oh, wow. Who are you? Who I could have sworn was never in this photo until I just looked at it right now. Thunderclap. New man just dropped. Even this is different. Dolsky and Moores. Dolsky and Moores. I mentioned earlier the name of the company. Where's the Dolsky? I could have sworn I looked at this list before. Annie looking at the list that Vic gave her. I could have sworn I've looked at this list before and this name wasn't here. Oh, that's so good that you, the player, get to experience the role of someone getting memory hold so viscerally that, like, down to, like, the same sentences as the characters in Galley House that you would come to the same idea. Well, now we just need to find out. He was there it says 64 here. He was here in this conversation. So I guess I should do 30 study 64, 67, 74. Go back to the first. Oh, maybe I should do them chronologically. Yeah, he would be popping up everywhere. Actually, wait a minute. His lines are already here in the, should I hit replay? Like, will it actually, like, I guess it would, yeah, he's there with Jacqueline. I kind of got, like, I might have actually gotten put in the wrong place because the reference number is, here. But, this does seem like, probably a better place to start. He was just hanging around. I didn't remember seeing his conversations.
That's it. Just up here. Irvin, she's here.
Good. Good.
I did as you asked.
Wonderful. Thank you for your help, Miss O'Connell.
You made sure to give him the watch.
I can follow simple instructions. What was all that for, anyway?
And you told him the story?
I told him exactly what you told me to tell him. I didn't enjoy it, but I think he found it quite amusing.
Very good. I wish I could see the look on his face. Now it's time to see if this plan will actually work.
The others have just arrived. They'll start using the machine, and then all we need to do is wait.
Now, I was promised that you'd be able to help me. That, as scientists, you'd be able to put a stop to the bodies.
Of course, of course. I very much appreciate you coming here, Miss O'Connell, on this rather dismal evening.
If we can find out how it all started in this house, then we can work out a way to stop your friends from dying.
My friends? They were not my friends!
Right, and family members. But like it or not, you're clearly connected to the recent bout of deaths.
I had nothing to do with any of it! I found myself in the middle of all these deaths, and clearly I've been framed, and I just need a way to get myself out of it.
Don't worry. I'm sure we can find a way to put an end to all this trouble. Leave it to me.
Yes, whenever we find anything out, we'll come and let you know.
You're saying you don't even know what's going on?
We'll figure it out. I promise.
Megan, why don't you leave and check on the others? I'm sure I can help explain some things to Miss O'Connell here.
Okay. Are you sure?
I'd imagine you'd be appreciated elsewhere, wouldn't you?
Right. I'll go and see how the others are doing.
In your invitation, you said you knew the answers.
Quite right, Miss O'Connell. Please, come a little closer. My vision's not what it used to be.
Why are you hiding up here? Aren't you with the rest of them?
I used to work with them, yes. Not for a long time, though.
I don't know why you made me lie to that man, but I think I've done more than enough for you. So please, please, tell me you can help me.
I understand that it must have been quite traumatic for you.
You can't possibly know how it feels. I live in fear. I don't know when they'll appear next.
I've experienced it myself. Soon after I started investigating the deaths, I had my own grisly encounter. But rest assured, the solution I've discovered for myself is the same one I wish to share with you.
Oh, that's such a relief. What's the solution?
I have with me a bag. A bag of mementos, if you will. I collect certain items belonging to the people I investigate. I'm sure something in here will trigger your memory.
What sort of items?
Oh, I can't remember. I don't want to remember. And besides, my senses are dulled nowadays.
Am I supposed to recognize any of this?
I should hope so. If not, this plan will have been for nothing.
What is this? Aftershave? Gosh, that smell. It's that horrible stuff that Michael wears. I should have told him I was out. I don't know why I forgot to tell him.
Excellent. Then it begins.
I don't understand. Why is this stuff here? He can't have anything to do with it.
I'm sure he doesn't. Really, it's nothing to worry about. Now, you'll excuse me, Miss O'Connor, but I think I ought to take my leave.
It's not possible.
I thought when we first saw this scene without him that it was a bit strange that she would find a bag, unzip it, and find like that bag would have had to have been planted there, I assumed from Meg earlier, that she just dropped it. But then it was kind of weird, like, why would Jackie just see this bag and look inside of it? And also this bag appears in later scenes. It would have to be someone else. And also there's the detail that we know where Meg died, in the kitchen, but still somehow the list of names was slipped to us from under that door. Very, very cool. Very cool. The bag that kills you. The bag of unspeakable memories. Yeah. I just didn't press myself harder on it. So I assume we have occupation, no longer at the company, delete. Yes, he did mention that he used to work with them. And his name was Irwin, right? Irvin Dolsky. Irvin Dolsky. Dolsky. Did I spell that correctly? Yes, I did. And of course, Jacqueline's last name was O'Connell. O'Connell. I know I'm like, did I spell that correctly? As if it's like super prescient, but Miss O, 2 N's, 2 L's. click. Interesting. So, also the fact that he's dead right now. If this is like part of his revenge plot, and Meg realizes that later, it might explain why she then is like, oh, I've got to spare Rhea, because Rhea's only a junior engineer, so she must not have been involved with the company around Irvin's time. Yeah. So I guess we'll hit the next one in sequence. Yeah, she's like, she knows what's gonna happen, and the fact that Lawrence is probably going to be dying in front of Rhea, and therefore she needs to hijack the remembrance. But then, of course, there's the question of maybe Rhea, despite experiencing these memories, it hasn't quite clicked for her that it was that she knew who Meg was, and then this next thunderclap that happened was Irvin, who's been here the whole time. Unless it's flipped around and we go back to 31 and find out it was him, but I don't believe that's the case. Anyway, back to in sequence. He was in... Oh, we actually don't know where he was during 28. Huh. He wasn't in a scene that we already have. Does he mention specifically where he's going? He just says, I ought to take my leave. Well, I suppose we'll figure it out by going to timecode 29. Let me hit replay instead of reading from the log.
Stop it! Please stop screaming! You can't get her back. Just run away. Don't worry about who she is. You have your whole life ahead of you. Don't listen to your father! There's the thunder again. I couldn't do it. I couldn't remember in time. That's it again off in the distance. Far away thunder. How? How could someone else have remembered her first? I was right there.
Irvin? What the hell are you doing here? I haven't seen you in years.
Mason? I hardly recognize your voice.
Irvin? What are you up to? Is that a dead body?
I thought it might be. 2 thunderclaps now.
How did they die? Is this the same thing as those other deaths?
I don't know what other deaths you mean. I must have had a plan, I should think, but I won't try and remember it now.
Maybe it's affecting me. I don't remember who he was.
I'm sure you did, Mason. Did I not tell you to bring something here in my invitation?
Of course. That's the book with all his notes in. I gave it to him.
Wonderful work, Mason. You've played your part so beautifully. Please, could you give me an item of yours to add to my bag? A watch, a scarf, an old keepsake. Anything memorable will do.
Sam! Oh, of course. I can't believe I forgot. You must have introduced me to him originally. It was always the 2 of you, heads together. It was that disease that got him, was it? If it's contagious, we shouldn't be here.
Mason, my friend, do not worry. You cannot change things now. An item, if you please.
Who else have I forgotten? I can't think. Hey, what are you doing?
Let me go! Your tie, Mason. Give me your tie.
God, take it! What the hell is this about? Sam's dead, Irvin. This is serious.
I do not know a Sam, Mason. And if you already remember him, then I'm afraid I never will.
I don't understand.
Goodbye, Mason. It was nice knowing you.
I should never have come here.
He stole his freaking tie! How rude. It's interesting that, when he says stop it, please stop screaming. But it doesn't seem like Mason isn't in the room yet. You have your whole life ahead of you, don't listen to your father. There's the thunder again. I couldn't remember it in time. Interesting. Seems like, obviously, he very clearly says that I must have had a plan, but he's forgotten the particulars of his plan. How soon does the clap steal your memories? How does he know he had to remember her first? That's why I'm interested in what exactly he's referring to, which must have taken place during timecode 28. Because, and I think I might actually have a guess for this, that he's in the attic, and then he leaves, and then there's a thunderclap, and she falls to the floor. If he's referring to Jacqueline, then that might mean that he left the room in timecode 27, and then as part of his plan that he might not remember, he went back into the attic to and then found her corpse, and then had the same reaction. He's upset, he screams, he runs to the billiard room, and then he comments on, she's gone, don't worry about who she is. But I don't know, the fact that he says don't listen to your father kind of feels like he's talking to himself about something else. I don't think he comes back. I think leaving always implies a new place. Yeah, it would kind of be I'd be fine with it if it was a twist, but it does seem like a bit of a jump in logic to assume someone's made a U-turn. Unless, of course, he's talking to someone else and we are getting just a repeat of hearing people's kind of one-sided conversations that are actually two-sided. And the fact that he does say, you can't get her back, just run away. You have your whole life ahead of you, don't listen to your father. Does seem, and he mentions the thunder's far away in the distance. So there might be some other plan or element here that is supposed to converge. Well, I gotta go watch the VOD later. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah. I think we won't try and fudge around with timecode 28. I think we will just, because obviously this has a reference marker, so it's quite relevant what happens in these two. So we should cover them. Obviously, this is when Pippa science blasts herself, and Laurent, she finds the tie in his bag full of fun memories that definitely don't kill you.
Oh, come on.
What's going on? Your seance machine just overloaded. It looked like it had a power
You
surge.
were using the machine. I thought I told you
Rhea was using the machine, and I was helping her. Listen, if it's picked up a new signal...
I know what it means. Trust me, the best thing you can do right now is to leave. Don't talk to me and don't think about
I'm
anything
not
that's
leaving
happened.
until you tell me what's going on. If you're looking for something, I can help you find it.
I'm trying to find anything that could be a clue as to how the disease started.
I should have realized. It was only the younger girl that was worried about their mum finding out. The older one must not have known. It was the same thing. The same disease. Oh God. Do you know Irvin Dolsky?
Yeah, he founded the company. I haven't seen him in years.
He must already know how it all works. If he's brought us all here, then this must have been what he was planning. I've been tricked. I wasn't brought here to help you. I was brought here to die.
Oh, I should have known. Meg isn't mad enough to have come up with this plan on her own. How do you know Irvin? He left the company years ago. I didn't think he was stable enough to make it on his
I should
own.
never have agreed to go to his house. I could tell it was a bad idea.
Is that you, Lawrence?
You slippery bastard! I knew it was you!
Ah, and my dear Pippa. How nice to see you both again.
He's gonna make us remember. We need to leave.
But what a privilege it is to remember, no? I would have...
Shut up! Shut up right now!
What the hell is that?
A modified noetic booster. My own making. One shot to the head is the equivalent of 1,000 hours with a seance machine.
Why the hell do you have that on you?
You never know when you'll need it. Better safe than sorry.
Very clever, Pippa.
Shut up! I'm serious, Irvin. I know what you're planning, and I can't let you go through with it. So get down on your knees, and don't say another word. I promise, you'll regret it.
You don't really intend to use it.
Just keep looking. There must be a clue in here somewhere.
I was in here earlier while you were setting up the machine, Lawrence. I found something that can help you understand.
What's he talking about?
It's the bag. It's the bag. It must have something important in it.
Don't look in there. Are you mad?
There has to be something. I know
That's what he wants you to do. It'll kill you.
A tie? I saw this pattern earlier.
Put it back. Please, put it back in the bag.
It's too late. That bloody teacher.
But you're not dead yet. Just stop thinking about it. Maybe we can still stop it.
You should know better than that by now, Lawrence.
Shut up! You bastard! I never asked to be a part of this!
I am sorry, Pippa, but sacrifices have to be made. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You're staying right there! Tell me how to stop this!
It's too late to change your fate, Pippa, but you can at least ensure you do not die in vain. Let me go!
What the hell was that for?
No! Who are you? Where?
If I'm not making it
Stop
out
it.
of this, I at least had to see if my design really worked.
No more. My darlings.
Pippa,
Why?
focus on me. We don't know exactly what causes people to die. Maybe you still have more time. What the hell? I can't be here.
No, no, Tabitha. Don't throw in the
Irvin,
walls.
Irvin, snap out of it. Oh, what's wrong with you? How did that thing even go off? The noetic booster. It was hers.
Listen to your sister. Mummy will be cross with you.
Damn it, Irvin, what did you find? Some old film. This has to be it.
Oh, Maisie. Oh, poor Maisie.
I still have time. If I can stop myself from fully remembering,
Don't make me remember.
get off me!
Don't make me watch them die
What the
again.
hell is wrong with you?
I can't see. I can't see.
I can still do this. I can still do this.
I'm sorry. I could not save you. But I need to keep going. I'm doing this for you.
As soon as we started this scene and he showed up, I was like, wait a minute. She doesn't science blast herself. She must science blast him. And then she did. Same school of thought as Jack Novak. Oh. He's got kids who he's seen die. I really should have replayed these. I only read them. Yeah, I could see how maybe not every... Well, if you're familiar with type help, you probably have to do less replaying of scenes in like the regular base game, but I think it makes sense that you're like, oh, you know, he's got to be in the scene then, especially because, well, like, maybe once you figure out this scene, then it would probably dawn on you that like, oh, he must physically be in all the other scenes. I feel like scene 28 is like, it's the only one you don't have, so it's kind of like the crux of the matter. Also, he died during theoretical time code 32, so we would have to figure out where he, in what room he died. So all we know is that he slipped us the ID list. There is a reference here, but probably look at scene 31. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, why did she look into the bag of mysteries? Let's see, I want more of his lines from when he's science blasted. No more, my darlings. Tabitha, don't draw on the walls. Listen to your sister. Mummy will be cross. Oh, Maisie, oh my poor Maisie. Don't make me watch them die again. Interesting. Especially in regards to what he says here. Yeah. Faraway thunder. Alright. Guess we'll click into here. See what went on.
Where is it? It must have fallen down over here. Ah, okay, good. Best not to look at any of this too closely.
Help me. Help me.
Irvin? What's wrong with
They're
you?
still here. They're
Hang
everywhere.
on, I can help you. Lawrence keeps something in his bag.
No more. I can't take it. Megan, is that
Irvin,
you?
what happened to you?
I ran into some trouble. I cannot remember.
What's going on? I thought you said you had a plan.
I do. You have to believe me. I wouldn't be doing all of this if I didn't think I could save lives.
People are dying. I've seen it with my own eyes. So whatever your plan
I'm
was...
sorry, Megan. I haven't been entirely honest with you.
Do you even understand what you've done? This was our only chance to find out how it all started.
I never believed Galley House was the start of it, Megan. I've been following this trail for a long time. I've traced it back through the Wests and through the Jacobsons before them. The trail never ends. I'm not convinced we'd ever find a reason for it. I don't think we were ever meant to know.
So this was all for nothing? You knew we'd never discover a cure, and you still brought us here to die?
We may not know how it started, or how to cure it, but I still believe we can stop it from spreading. I feared that none of you would have come if you knew what I had planned.
Of course we wouldn't. And now Lawrence and Rhea are in danger, and it's my fault they're in this situation.
Who is Rhea? I thought I told you to only bring along whoever was necessary.
How was I supposed to know what that meant? And why did you make me bring Lawrence? I could have used the machine myself.
I needed you and Lawrence here, Megan. Because you are the only people left who know who I am. It spreads through emotional connections. And it can only spread from the most recent victim. I needed to ensure I was the last one in the chain.
You needed all of us to go first.
You are the only two people still alive that are at risk of remembering me. All the rest are already dead.
How can you be sure? You must have met so many people.
I've lived a rather solitary life. Or at least, that's what my memory tells me. And as for any past acquaintances I've naturally forgotten about, I have to hope that if I can't remember them, they won't remember me.
Oh God. I suppose it could work.
I'm sorry to ask you to do this, Megan. If there was any other way...
Ray is still up there using the machine. She'll be able to listen back to all of this if I give her the IDs.
I can't allow that. She'll use the machine before we've died.
There's no risk of her remembering you. She's never met you before. She doesn't even know you exist. You said it yourself. The connection has to be emotional. As far as she's concerned, you'll just be a voice she doesn't recognize. And if we don't give her any information, she might try to find other people who knew you.
I'll admit, use of the machine is safer than her investigating in person. And it could be useful to have someone left alive to tidy up any loose ends.
She never asked to be part of this. She deserves to know the truth.
Perhaps. So long as you agree to go along with my plan, I think a concession can be made.
What do you need me to do?
We need to be quick. Lawrence has already begun to remember.
Oh, poor Lawrence. He can't have long left.
Do you remember what you put in my bag, Megan?
Oh God. It's that stupid toy dinosaur that Lawrence keeps on his desk. I didn't realize what it was for.
There's no need to tell me, Megan. Just reach in there and pull it out.
I'll have to remember quickly. If Lawrence is in there with Rhea, I can't risk it spreading to her.
I am glad we see eye to eye on this.
Where are you going? You have to be next.
If I'm to be the last, then it's important that no one finds my body. There's a place on the hill that looked adequate. I've prepared it in advance. I still have my bag. I'm sure there's something in there that will remind me of you. I'll do it as soon as I hear the thunderclap. And I wouldn't worry. The fire won't spread to the rest of the house, I'm sure.
Take the list of IDs. Give them to Rhea. Please.
I'll grant you that, Megan. It's been nice knowing you.
Focus on the dinosaur. Focus on the dinosaur. The dinosaur. Lawrence. Lawrence Dunn. Oh God!
The bag that kills you instantly. You like the new content reveal? Caught me so off guard when it happened. Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. It's been a lot of fun to go through, especially, you know, going through that scene and seeing what Irvin has planned, and also the specification that it's emotional connections that are necessary. It's not just the fact that I can look at this and be like, oh, apparently someone named Ervin Dolsky existed. Yeah, it's not, it's true information, but it's not like emotionally relevant for Rhea. How is Rhea alive? I guess that's my explanation, is that even when we were, we just don't know. We all we have is, effectively, given how the device works, a hallucination. You know, we're technically seeing the truth, but like, it's like a, you know, it's technology based, like simulated memories, you know, like could you really consider that you remembered something just because it was artificially implanted in your head, if that makes sense? True. John, and this is funny because it's in the script a bunch, in the original game, is that Annie and John are two characters that basically interact the least of all. The first time Annie sees John, well, she sees him in the dining scene, and she's like, you know, she disregards it because she's lying about Tony stealing the watch. Next time she sees him is after finding Helen's body, where she says, there's already two strangers in the room, one of them being John because she doesn't know him, and two of them, the second one being Tony because she's like sliding him. And then they meet in the attic, and, you know, although technically there's an emotional, well, no, it wouldn't be an emotional connection that just because Catherine says to John, you know, keep Annie safe, that, you know, that's a bit of like an artificial, you know, connection, if you will. He doesn't really know Annie that well, but he is aware that from, you know, like, that he has an instruction to keep her safe. But yeah, that's not as, like, strong as being her mother and likely hearing the words Annie and seeing whatever photo she has of her daughters, and that coming to mind. Oswald dies, and it goes to Annie because Annie, through reminiscing about Oswald's dead sister Eleanor and the photo album, they've made an emotional connection. Can you go back to the jump scene 25? You mean when he jumps? Okay, I thought you wanted when he hits the pavement, and I was gonna be like, I'm too sad. He does say Annie by name because he's read the list in 25. In the phone, like, he reads the list to Catherine, and he doesn't really have a connection to Annie besides the instructions he was getting, and, you know, like, he was aware of her beforehand, it's true, but they hadn't really interacted with each other, and everyone else can kind of say to, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to be a positive interaction. Oswald remembers Tony from the gun because, you know, all of his interactions with Tony were pretty negative besides the time he gets sprung out of the thing. So it's just, you know, generally an emotional connection. So he, you know, we know he actually doesn't mention Annie in this scene. He just says I don't remember pulling the trigger, but he does hear the word Annie a couple times in this scene. He's actually the first one who brings up, do you know someone called Annie? And then Catherine just immediately remembers because mother, daughters, it's a very strong emotional connection. And yeah, only one person can remember, which is why, you know, like, Irvin is aware of this kind of, like, sequencing. Now, here's the thing. I'm not sure if I could grab 28, but it does seem like this reference, Irvin saying that he's going to go up there on a hill and the chapel is located away from the place. Do you want to get 28 first? Yeah, I think, because he meant the fact that he says, I'm going out there on the hill, the fire won't spread, tells me kind of that, things are going to go up. Anyway. Where... I assume this is the reference that refers to scene 28. I would reread 30 a bit carefully. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's the only reference we have, or intuition we have left. So... It was only the, and obviously this is the first thing that comes to mind. It says, Pippa says it was only the younger girl that was worried about their mum finding out. The older one must not have known. It was the same thing, the same disease. Unless she's actually, I think she might actually be referring to Annie and Vic in this instance. Because Annie's the younger sister who was, well, the older one must not have known. I don't know why. Just when I hear younger girl mum finding out, older sister, or it doesn't say sister, so I'm kind of filling that in. Lawrence and Pippa both remembered the professor, but Pippa remembered first. Lawrence never met the professor. So he starts, well, I don't know if he can remember him because he never met him. I can look through. It read more to me that Lawrence was like, don't look in that bag because there's definitely something in it. So he's just like, yeah, when does he first bring out the tie? A tie, I saw this pattern earlier. Put it back, please put it back in the bag. He's just worried about Pippa. He's never met Mason. You can't remember someone you never met, but you can forget them. Yeah. Yeah. Like, number-wise, how many people are in the building? That is something that you would... Well, we do know people trust information that they're given, or they have an intuition, like, you know, Annie says 4 people died day 1. Anyway. Where was I on this? The inheritance case was a mother, her son, and her daughter. And the daughter was included in the will, so I don't think it's related. Yeah, that is what happened for the inheritance case. One person stabbed, strangled. Well, the lady who was stabbed didn't die, so... Anyway, I should get back to actually reading this. It's only the younger girl that was worried about their mum finding out. The older one must not have known. You know, Irvin Dulski. It's the same thing, the same disease. If he's brought us all here, and this must have been what he was planning. I've been tricked. Wasn't here to help, he was brought here to die. Left the company a year ago. I didn't think he was stable enough to make it on his own. Should never have agreed to get to this house. Is that you? Obviously, we know from the other scene that Irvin's trying to clean up people who know about him. He's going to make us remember we need to leave. He's ominous. 1 shot to the head is 1,000 hours of seance. Very clever. Let's see. Must be a clue in here somewhere. I was in here earlier while you were setting up the machine, Lawrence. I found something that can help you understand. Yup. Lawrence was setting up the machine in time code 28. Very straightforward. So... what room was this? They were in the study. And also this might be him finding the film thing, because it ends up in his bag, and I'm not sure if he yoinked it. Double checking. Yeah. Study 28. Allegedly by himself. Allegedly.
is it? I'm sure I left it here the last time I looked. It's you. I saw you. Dead. You can't be here.
How do you know my name? And who are you? You look like me. Why does she call you by my name? Of course. Of course. What did you call her? Lucy? You know who she is. It's none of your business where I've been. You need to stop tracking me for your own safety. If you keep up like this, our whole family is at risk. Who? Lucy, I don't know who that is. Please, Lucy, I know where this is heading. Think about something else. Don't leave me again. It's thunder. Like you've heard 1,000 times before. Don't look so surprised. What do you mean? She can't be a stranger to you. Just a second ago you were talking. Look at her. Look at her face. How do you not see? Her own husband, and you can't summon the guilt to mourn her. Just try. Please. Just try to remember her. And there's the thunder once again. You were too slow. Your one chance at tantalizing redemption lost forever. Run all you like. It's too late for Tabitha. You can't save either of them. What am I doing? Of course. The film.
Seems like Irvin is suffering from hallucinations. Yeah, he's seeing his past. Like you said, people get addicted to, you know, like it was one of the listed side effects, you know. Not to be operated by any user with a previous history of psychosis or anyone who's susceptible to false beliefs or fantasies. Use of the machine must be terminated upon any signs of audio or visual hallucinations outside of direct machine operation. Alright, we can do one more thing because you're very much a completionist if you like. Not everyone who plays the game knows about this, though I wouldn't call it a secret. I'm interested, you know. I'd like to have the full picture in mind as much as possible. Very interesting. Search Irvin. It's not that it's just part of the story some people might not find. Also, it has a history function. That's pretty cool. Irvin, she's here. I don't suppose you knew Irvin Dolsky. Irvin Dolsky, is he here? Are you up there? Irvin, what the hell are you doing here? I haven't seen you in years. Oh god, do you know Irvin Dolsky? Irvin, what's wrong with you? Look at the scenes you might not have rewatched in the results. Ah, right there, yeah. Irvin's not in these scenes. Alright, I see. Yeah, that is interesting. definitely at the forefront of my mind was trying to, you know, follow Irvin because he's a new character and we want to place him. But yeah, the realization that because Irvin is now like placed because he got thunderclapped and the seance machine is a seance machine, that he is put in other people's conversations because now he's relevant seance information. There's also an Easter egg in the original ID card if you didn't get it. Which one of these? These ones? Or do you mean the list of IDs? I haven't been talking about Easter eggs. Well, yeah, I will be rewatching those scenes. Or, you know, I'll see how many times the dialogues change and then rewatch them. But, Annie was here the whole time. There's the debug thing for these tests. Now, this is also interesting because it's just popped in my mind that, you know, obviously he filled in 64 this gap, but that there is this gap between these three. But they were also, you know, extras that were thrown in. Not sure what you mean, Andrew, unless you mean the barcode. It's a throwback to the original name. Which part? I kind of don't know what Andrew's referencing either. In Rhea's list of people. From the first section. Oh, I swapped the ID cards. Oh, I think there was some achievement that was called, you know, you just go on Steam and when you're gonna boot up the game, the achievements are on the side. And one of them was like the original Type Help logo of that CD. Anyway, let's go back to scenes where Irvin is referenced. Some of them are kind of long, and if it's just gonna be minor things, I don't want to like eat up too much time. I don't suppose you knew Irvin Dolsky. Irvin, of course I knew him. I shared a flat with him in third year. I'm sure that's how I met you, isn't it? That would make sense. He was never much of an outgoing type. Okay, they are talking more. I will replay it probably from here then. Yeah, I was going to be like rewatch from the relevant line. I'll rewind from there.
You'd have thought there'd be some kind of clue hidden in
The only
there.
notes are the ones you wrote yourself. I didn't add any, of course. I was only borrowing it.
So you weren't three strangers after all. A teacher, a lawyer, and a spectronoeticist. There must be a connection to each I'm missing.
Well, I don't know of any connections. I've never met the other two in my life.
I don't suppose you knew Irvin Dolsky.
Irvin? Of course I knew him. I shared a flat with him in third year. I'm sure that's how I met you, isn't it?
Well, that would make sense. He was never much of an outgoing type.
I'm surprised he ever left his room. I only ever saw him when he was asking to borrow stuff off me. And I was lucky if he asked.
Well, that has to be it. I'll bet he was the one that suggested this whole thing to Meg. God knows what he's planning.
You've figured it out?
I'm getting closer. Don't leave this room, or I'll know.
I won't.
I need to talk to Meg before this gets out of control.
And then he has his billiards remembrance scene with Meg. Yep. Let's see where anything starts differently. Holding room, went to the same university. Of course, I remember he brings up there's another connection, he says, before this information was filled out, but the isn't the blue highlight just because I searched the name, so that would be, it would just be highlighting scenes that have the thing. Unless it does start from there. That could also be it. There's another link that I think I'll do it from this, since it's like a direct continuation of the previous scene.
You know, Meg, I was just talking to that man in the holding room. I know we both went to the same university.
Oh, well, that's a nice coincidence.
A coincidence? I'd like to think there was more to it than that.
Yes. Well, it's a bit of a stretch, but it might help us to have some old friends around.
But that's not the full picture, is it? There's another link here that connects all these people together. And I don't think you're the one that invited them all here. Are you, Meg?
I wasn't, no.
Irvin Dolsky. Is he here? Were you up there visiting him just now? Is that what this is?
I promise you, he wants the best for all of us.
He's never cared for anyone other than himself. And you should know that. If he's here, then he probably intends to steal our machine designs for himself.
No, he wants to solve this case, just like us. I know the two of you aren't friends anymore.
Remember what happened when he left the company, Meg? He wasn't in a fit state of mind.
He's improved, I swear. He's not like he was. He told me he needed our help to solve this case.
What were your instructions?
I had to get all of us here. The originals. You, me, Lawrence. I didn't invite the others.
Christ!
I'm sorry, Sam. If you go and talk to him, I'm sure he'll explain.
It all to bring us here, Meg. This is too many unknowns.
It's only two strangers, and they both seem perfectly nice to me.
3 strangers? I asked you to watch over 3 of them.
Mason and Pippa. I don't remember a third.
Well, you know, the one that gave me this watch. Well, she told me some far-fetched story that it would alert its holder whenever someone had died. As far as I can tell, it's just a normal watch, but the ticking's been driving me mad.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Fascinating. Wait, you really don't remember?
Should I?
Well, Mason said you two had gone off together. You must have been with her just before coming in here.
No, it was just me and Irvin. I swear, I don't remember anyone else being there.
That's incredible. You don't remember looking over your shoulder to see who was following you? Or another set of footsteps?
I swear to God, I have no idea what you're talking about. Does that mean it's you? Have I caught
No
it?
such focused neurological damage could...
Oh dear.
Who highlighted us any new lines so you can see them at a glance? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Did you give him the pocket watch? You wanted Sam to be next. And he was next. Right? That's still, I mean, there's a bit of holes in Irvin's self. I thought that was Jacqueline, it was his wife. Isn't he not? He's talking about Jacqueline because Jacqueline says that Jacqueline says, I did as you asked. I followed the simple instructions and gave him the watch and told him exactly what you told me to tell him. Oh, the thing about sacrificing his family? Yeah, I guess I didn't audibly state that, but as soon as, like, we're going over, like, I just kind of said that, oh yeah, he's hallucinating, but yeah, while watching the scene, I was gathering over, you know, one, the fact that he's also remembering these scenes in kind of third person, like he remembers himself, and kind of like, you look like me, why does she call you by my name? Oh, what did you call her? Lucy? You know who she is. I haven't like quite situated in my brain when exactly this occurred. At the start of 29, he mentioned something like, why didn't I remember her first? Yeah, he's talking about his family here. Like he's still kind of having a solo hallucinatory episode about far away thunder and thunder again. In the other scene in 28, he mentions the thunder thing. You've heard it like 1,000 times, so it's definitely prescient in his mind. You have your whole life ahead of you. Don't listen to your father. There's the thunder again. How could someone else have remembered her first? I was right there. Yeah, I guess I probably should have like talked about it out loud. I think the conversation between Lawrence and Ray after Pippa dies has new stuff. We were going through these. Just about all of the scenes. It's not just the ones where people bring up Irvin. Because we had this living room scene next. I guess if all of them, I can glance. Anything blue? They would have just like Pippa hadn't, you know. None of them knew Irvin was on the scene here. Irvin was in this scene. We did this where Mason was Irvin's roommate. Irvin hallucinating by himself. Living room scene. Neither of these people even knew that Irvin was here, so that makes sense. No mention of Irvin. Oh, this scene we saw where... So that's clear. The question is how the lawyer connected to Irvin. Pippa was probably present during the investigation of Irvin's family memory holing. Yeah, Pippa says the thing about a prototype machine or a different machine in like a... I think she says like a creepy like bedroom or whatever. The lawyer isn't connected to Irvin. Irvin knows that she is connected to the current chain of events and that he's taking her because he knows that she can be made to be the person next in line, and then doing the watch trick with Sam, and then trying to go down the chain to wipe out the few people who knows he exists. He's getting the disease to spread. Pippa's from a different company, but yeah, we could probably go back over Pippa's lines where she talks about her prior experience with the seance machine, which, as we heard from Sam, is supposed to be like very proprietary technology. Like, I think Lawrence talks to Pippa and, you know, is like, how the heck do you know, like, how the machine works and whatnot? So... Lawrence... Nothing new there. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. I think we just go back to, it would be this scene, huh? Where, if we search Irvin, it's the last one that pops up. I need to start a new save to see if the manuals had the duo's names on it the entire time. Yeah, it was always called, at least from my memory, it was always called, Dulski and Moores. Because at this point, Rhea reading this is just generic information that the company is called D&M. There definitely weren't, like, mysterious gaps in the sheets and whatnot. Anyway, so that's highlighted in blue, so I guess it's the only one, but I'll still play through it because it's Lawrence's death scene. Quick.
Oh, we shouldn't have trusted her. Oh, I'm sorry I dragged you into this, but I didn't know what I was getting into. Oh, this is all her fault.
Slow down. Just tell me what happened.
I found Meg earlier. She explained what was going on, but she took my bag with the list of IDs in it and threw it down the dumbwaiter shaft. That was around the time of the third thunderclap. We were already too late. I can't stop it from happening.
Lawrence, we can get through this. What was your plan?
I went to look for clues after I talked to Meg. And that's when I found the film. But Irvin came and found us. Oh, he's led us all here to die. I tried my best to stop him, but I couldn't save Pippa.
Who's Pippa?
Well, of course, you wouldn't remember. But she was there with me, helping me look for the film. I should have left as soon as I saw her body appear.
You remember her?
I'm sorry. I thought I had more time. I thought I could still stop it.
We can figure this out. There must be something we haven't tried.
Listen to me. You need to go back through the events of this evening. You'll hear things you don't remember saying. But you have to keep going. It's our only chance to find out how to stop this.
What do you mean? What are you writing?
God, you won't remember me. I need to get out of here. What am I doing?
It is sad that Lawrence gets memory hold, or, you know, he's trying to get out of the room because he wants to prevent Rhea from getting memory hold next. And thankfully it's because of Meg that in rapid succession she secures the remembrance of Lawrence beforehand. Oh, you guys are talking about that, like, some, like, titles are, like, yeah. That, yeah. You're explaining it to someone else, but yeah, Martha knows she's Martha Galley, she just doesn't remember why she took the surname when she moved into the house. If Sam and Irvin aren't there in the picture during the first few acts, their names shouldn't be in the manual. I think it's because it's not like, it's not really like, it's not like the other information like this where it's like I could have sworn, you know, someone wasn't in there. it's kind of different because it's like a company title. Like, you would probably remember reading. We'll go back to the Galley House example. You would probably remember reading about Galley House before the memory holing. And just because people personally have been memory holed, it's not like those references didn't exist. This kind of phenomenon and the Irvin Dolsky popping up is because it's our character being, I could have sworn there was no Irvin Dolsky. Maybe like what happened with the butler in Oswald, where Oswald remembered the father. Well, that instance, it's because Oswald knows the father personally, and he just kind of loses the memory of knowing that he had a son, because he hasn't been back to Galley House since he was younger. This is something I don't have a lot of good insight to. I'm speculating as much as anyone, but it is how I justified it. The company Reese's Chocolate was named after a person, but I have no connection in my head from the company to a person. Yeah, it makes sense that, like, proper, I don't want to say like proper nouns as if it has to do with language itself. Can you ask if I have a chemical background? I have a degree in chemistry. I'm not putting it to good use, but I've got it. The thing about this Sam popping up and us being, because we're role-playing as Rhea and being like, I could have sworn I've looked at this picture before and it was blank. There wasn't this person in it. That is because Sam has been like memory holed. The reason why his name was already on this list of IDs is when we get the list of IDs, he is already memory holed. So it's information that our character wouldn't be like, I could have sworn 65 S. Moores was always on this piece of paper, because this is the first time she's seen the paper. Knowing I work for Dolsky and Moores doesn't occupy the same mental space as I know the guy the company is named after. Yeah, that it's especially because Rhea is also a junior member. She has no clue who Dolsky even is. You're just speculating, but I agree. It was you know, it's my speculation, you know, as well. To, I don't want to say like justify it, because it already makes sense to me that the company you work for can be called Dolsky and Moores, and you've never met Dolsky before in your life, so it's not particularly like, it's not something that you would forget. It's like the Reese's example. If you work for the Reese's Candy Company and suddenly, I don't know, John Doe Reese's vanishes from everyone's memory, it's not like you're going to be like, oh, but I remember working for, what was the building called again? You would know it's still called Reese's. Depends on how big a company. Yeah. If Sam never met Rhea, it could also make sense to me. I think they did meet. It's just that, as far as like the him appearing in the photo is supposed to be like you and the character having the same reaction, because he's been memory. I wish I had the exact time when you get this and when he gets memory hold, but she would know Sam. When she gets the manual, has Sam already died? No, because the first person to die is Jacqueline. She had already, we received this first scrap immediately. During living room Lawrence Rhea. The thunderclap doesn't happen until significant some time passes, and then some time passes again, and then there's a thunderclap. May I ask why you did not like organic cam? It was, for me, it was just a lot of like, you know, I just wasn't good at the kind of problems where it's like, let's take this tiny molecule and this gigantic molecule, please write down the dozens of steps that get you from point A to point B. I liked inorganic stuff a lot more. I did like doing like lab work. Anyway, we should get back to this. I like the Reese's analogy. Yeah. The coffee cup appearing on the TV during the first half of the game gave me a cue meta stuff was happening. Yeah, I think it might have been. Obviously, I remember the thunderclaps and was suspicious of them every time we had to restart the generator, but I was a little bit more preoccupied of trying to find the right way to play through the original narrative, than to keep in mind stuff like the cloth disappearing from the piano. Anyway, we should go to 32 Chapel 64, because that is where Irvin went. So, we go.
Hello, Rhea. I know you can hear me. I know how that machine of yours works. I should imagine you've listened to all the deaths so far. Then you know more than I do. And I'm sure you've seen my crimes. Perhaps then you'll join me in celebration of what's to come. What will you think of me, I wonder? The villain who stole your friends, or the hero who did what no one else could? I do not mind either way. I know what I am doing is right, and nothing will shake me from that conviction. In future times, when our knowledge of spectronoetics has improved, perhaps I will be rediscovered and hailed as an unsung hero. But that is not why I do what I do. I always thought our restricted use of the machine was shameful. I quit the company to forge my own path, to solve the mysteries that others could not. It was the intriguing cases that attracted me the most, of course. I spent my time sneaking into the sites of unsolved crimes, piecing it all together myself. I thought I was careful to never talk to anyone in person. But I must have made a mistake. I must have brought my work home with me. My house was bigger than I needed, I'll admit, but it had never crossed my mind. I didn't think. And then one day, there she was, lying peacefully in the conservatory, the wife I couldn't remember. Next came the children. 2 young girls. My daughters. And I couldn't even do them the decency to cry for them. I'd forgotten who they were. I'd forgotten who I was. Perhaps you can sympathize. You arrived at an empty house to a machine that someone unknown had set up just for you. how lonely it must have been to toil away in solitude, with nobody to keep you company except the long-forgotten voices of the dead. Except now you know better. You did no such thing. You were surrounded by your co-workers, your friends, but each of them were erased, one by one. Your evening becoming retroactively emptier and emptier, drained of all humanity until all that is left is you and the machine. For you, it is one evening. For myself, it is a lifetime. I work alone, I sleep alone, I always have. I have no parents, I have no friends. Every part of who I am has been stripped away. I don't even know what's missing. There's a memorial here to Eleanor Galley, dearly loved by her parents and her two brothers, Rupert and Oswald. She can't have had anything to do with the curse, of course, if everyone remembered her. Although, I suppose it got her too, in a way. No one remembers her now. If you are to outlive me, Rhea, then perhaps I could ask of you one wish. The house has stood for long enough. Please, let nothing remain. Not the bodies, not the house, not the machine. Let it all be forgotten. Then she and I may join our families in obscurity. That is all I ask. I've already destroyed all my personal effects. I've erased every record of my existence I could find. I am no one. I am no one at all. I already began to remember her. Who was she? Ah. Megan. I remember.
Before clicking on this, I want to say that I really like his dialogue there, and I really like him tying it back to where does he do it? He ties it back to Eleanor. Because kind of like, you know, the big theme I talked about in my video was isolation, and part of that was discussing the you know, the isolating feeling of no one knowing you. And, you know, Eleanor Galley, I mean, he elucidates it perfectly with Eleanor Galley. Here's her memorial line, loved by her parents and her two brothers. And she wasn't affected by the disease or the curse, but regardless, because of the curse, no one remembers her. And that is the isolation, that is the erasure that's brought about by this whole phenomenon. So, (0, 0, question mark, question mark). I see the fireplace. Oh. It's sad to look at. It really is. I knew as soon as I saw the machine could do 0 zeros. Ugh. I thought it was a group of a new team and this would cause Ray to die instantly. No, they had mentioned it was Rupert's we have Rupert, Damien, Vic, Eve, Martha, Eddie, Oswald. Not Tony, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Basically, I guess Helen was still getting ready, and Tony was with her, and Annie, of course, was in the attic. Certain I'm not missing anything.
I didn't think you'd come. It's been a long time, hasn't it? How have you been?
I can't say life has treated me well, but you make the best with what you're given.
Rupert, darling, is your camera set up? I'd like to get a photograph with the whole family.
We'd better excuse ourselves then, Vic.
Nonsense, Damien. You two are as much a part of this family as anyone else. Come on, everyone. Get in frame.
Oh, I don't think I'm prepared for a photo. I really should go and tidy myself up.
You look wonderful already, Vic. Come on, Dad, take the photo.
That's it. Now, everyone look at the camera.
Sorry, Martha. I should really let my mum know we're here. Do you have a phone I could use?
There's one in the dining room, Victoria. Take as long as you need.
I'd love to get this playing again. I did promise John. What role is in there at the moment?
Oh, that's the one Eddie was playing for me earlier. How does it go again, Eddie?
Oh, you haven't forgotten already, have you?
I only wanted you to remind me.
Rupert, darling, what are you up to?
I'm just setting it up. Give me a little longer.
You're hardly recognizable from when I last saw you, Eddie.
That was a long time ago, Uncle.
Well, you've grown into quite the respectable gentleman.
Thanks. And if I'm ever too humble, I'll always have Eve here to balance me out.
I can't believe you sometimes, Eddie.
Eve, it was a joke. Eve, come back.
Almost there.
I should go and make sure Vic's all right. I'll be back in a minute.
Gosh, everyone seems so busy this evening. I'm sure Helen and Tony should be coming down soon.
I'm not a fan of crowds. These young people talk too much.
Well, it's nice to have everyone together in the same house, at least. And happy birthday, Rupert.
Happy birthday, dear brother.
Thank you. Ah, here we go. Let's have a listen.
Oh, that was great. Oh, I can't speak much because it makes me so sad. That's a nice touch there. Oh, I wasn't gonna insta-close. I was gonna breathe in the moment. I like that the moment you're treated to isn't some kind of like perfect prologue to, you know, the incident at Galley House. That there's still a bit of that messiness and that drama there that would continue, you know, like if the memory holding phenomenon didn't happen, there was still drama. It's like looking at like a family like you know, scabs and all, that it's this picture of a point in time that isn't perfect, but because of its like complexity or its imperfection, that it's meaningful, if that makes sense. Nice. Oh. That's great. Oh, I can't even talk, it's so perfect. I love when you play a video game and you beat the game and it changes the main menu screen. Oh, that's so good. It feels so human. Yeah, like seeing, you know, the precursor to Eddie and Eve's argument kind of like touches, and like maybe a bit of like Vic's relative discomfort. And we know, like, you know, like Eddie and Eve eventually like make up, but, you know, because of the memory holding and all the chaos that's causing and how it claims her life, it just continues to corrupt the rest of the evening and the next day. This house had humans, both in the past and the present. Yeah. I also like that if I hit Shift Tab, it won't pop up, but that the achievement I got at the same time as found all the scenes was hallucination, used the machine one too many times, and how watching that last 0-0 scene wasn't like the traditional third-party-esque view that we have, but that, you know, Rayo was, you know, kind of like experiencing the scene in like more of like a 3D space, if that makes sense, with that hallucination note. Yeah, I did feel like, I mean, obviously it came up when we saw Irvin. I wonder if I can go back. If you want a really fun Easter egg, I go try to get the type help one. So let me look at the achievements list. I see I don't have type help and I don't have death note, mark to death on the timeline, because every time I mark the death on the timeline, I used a thunderbolt instead of a skull. There we are. So, asked the machine for help. Type HE-L-P. Can't add. Can I? I can't type HE there. I know I recognize that guy at the end. That was Irvin. Man, I haven't seen him in a long time. I wonder what he's doing now. Yeah. No. Dash. Just like my video. Alright. Where am I allowed to type help into, even? Helen's room. Contact Longley. I'm like how I really like that Easter egg because I can't see the thing, but the way the achievement is written, the first thing that comes to your mind is, shouldn't there be a dash between H and E? And then, you know, it's like, well, what has 2-letter combinations? HE. And then you can, just like you punch in K, you can punch in LP. Good old Richard Longley. I like that, you know, I love Richard Longley as a character and he fits the original Type Help really well, but I like how Irvin and the epilogue story is able to come into play by taking and expanding upon the idea that cutting off the chain of deaths would be like a bit more like complicated, that someone would have to take the initiative to try and do that rather than Richard Longley just being someone who fits the he fits the bill, and it's also his job. I wanted to, one thing I can't remember what I'm looking for. Longley knew, no one knew him really well. It's true, he could actually, the contact Longley, maybe he does exist and he took out a brief contracting gig at D&M, but nobody remembers him. Yeah, it's exactly the Irvin plan, but Richard Longley stumbles into the awareness of like, oh, I see. Because the other thing that's missing is that from Richard's perspective, he's also investigated the cases in the modern day, which, you know, and then he remembers someone from the cases in the modern day, and that's what like pulls the plug on it. When does Type Help take place time-wise? In the original, we see the computer says it's from the late 90s, and we are either to, I think we are to assume that it's been a couple decades, at least a decade since then. Longley is Irvin's maiden name. But very, very clearly in this game, we get our access card at the beginning and we see it's February 2011. And of course, the fact that his card is from 2007 means that, you know, like, the stuff D&M did prior to this, this incident, that they had been operating for years. Most likely operating for years without Irvin, as he was expunged from their records. Everyone here died on a Sunday. I mean, if there's a day you're gonna go, you probably don't want it to be a weekend. Yeah, it's nice that it ends in the chapel. Sam had mentioned that he kept the machine under wraps for 4 years. Did he say 4 years? Oh, sorry. You said Sam and I immediately thought of Alan from the original. Yeah. He talks to Megan. Does he say 4 years? I guess I can search 4 years. I haven't seen you in 4 years. I've kept this machine secret. I don't know why I typed in it with the number instead of the word. It's in the scene with Mason when he's looking out the window. What is it? Thought it would be longer. I think it's a good length for the epilogue, because despite if you're familiar with Type Help, it's good that, you know, like, it's good that the main story is still the focus from beginning to end, because, you know, it's relevant for the epilogue investigation, and then the photo ties it back to the start. Scene with Mason when he's looking out the window. It's separated but intertwined. It flows well. Yeah, it does flow well. I really like, you know, I did it with legal puzzle solving. I didn't make any severe lapses in judgment or severe stretches of the imagination. Oh yeah, the 4 years thing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we searched it up. 4 years I've kept this machine a secret. And it is funny that I like that he's like, he hears the thing, he's like, man, I've kept this machine a secret to somebody who probably doesn't know about the machine. He's just as confused as anyone else would be in that situation until he learns about the Irvin connection. Someone is going to remember Irvin or Rhea kicks the bucket. I think because they put in the emotional connection thing that there's no one left who has a significant emotional connection to Irvin, because Rhea just never met him. And the fact that she can see him in all of these death memories, and also, no, never mind. I was going to say something obvious, which was that we see his memories from the seance machine specifically after he dies, because that's how it works. I like the detail that, like, you know, Irvin was so addicted, assuming I'm not reading this correctly, he was so enthralled with using the seance machine that he had his own prototype and would go and solve crimes. I put that in quotes because he's not like, he at least makes it sound like he solves them with the machine just to get, like, kind of like the kick out of it, and then he goes back home. Like, he's not involved with the authorities for, like, solving murders. He's doing it because he likes using the seance machine. And eventually he comes across some kind of thread of the info hazard phenomenon, and it, in a way that, you know, he doesn't, like, specifically specify that, it came into his home. Probably something that he had discovered. He doesn't remember his wife, so he could probably have, you know, like, maybe he would, like, solve, probably not all, but she told him a spooky paranormal story, the paranormal kind of scientist dude. Surely empathizing with Irvin's story could be enough if just loving someone's music is enough. It is true, the less, I think, you know, because we take that his plan worked, and, you know, it is, you know, killing people is appalling. But I feel like these details that he talks about, like the fact that he was just piecing together unsolved crimes by himself, kind of like tells you what kind of person he is. Like, he's not really doing it to bring, he makes this last plan an event to, like, you know, make things right, bring about justice, but who he was before this event was someone who was addicted to using this seance machine. Maybe he was looking into an inheritance case. Yeah. Oh, weird, other people died the same weekend. Let's check that out. That is fun. Although perhaps is it really too much of an inheritance case when the daughter did survive? She was found in town, so I'm sure she would have said that, like, my brother killed my mother over the inheritance. Although, you know, like, that's not to say everyone would believe her, and maybe it goes down in the history books as something different. Fair. I mean, it's an interesting thread. Because obviously, it is interesting. I'm not sure if Irvin specifies that he figured out the Galley house case. I might need to like search Galley house and have him look through that, because if that's not, you know, if that's true, then the way he gets brought into this info hazard phenomenon is the fact that at some point in time he thinks I was careful never to talk to anyone in person, but he probably talked to his wife about the cases he was solving, and she remembered someone, and all he was left with is a wife and 2 daughters who he can't even remember. And then there's the thing with Pippa where he uses the seance machine to figure out his own circumstances, and, you know, he's already compromised by the machine at this point, but it's how he gets aware of the fact that he can look at himself in these hallucinations of him using the seance machine and be frustrated with his past self that, you know, you can't, like, all these details about, like, why did this scenario play out this way? Why didn't you remember? I want to get going sooner so I can get ready for my events, but if you have any questions before I go, let me know. Just keep in mind, William wrote the story, I just loved it and helped implement it. That's great. I imagine, I saw in the credits he was top on, you know, like, directed, written. Funny enough, before I made my video on type help, I did email William at one point asking him how to pronounce his last name, because I didn't want to go through my video essay and then like 4 hours in just completely screw it up. So I did talk to him once. I'm very happy that you stuck around for, you know, me experiencing the game that you, William, and everyone else on the team did, because you guys did a fantastic job. I'm very happy. I like the things that are added to the story, this epilogue, and the stuff in the original game that I mentioned before. I like the stuff that's added to Martha that makes more sense as to why she didn't alert the authorities, why she behaved in like a bit of a strange way. But like those additions made that make complete sense. I like taking this story of like an isolation and, you know, like putting an end to the info hazard and adding a bit more, you know, a bit more chaos, a bit more puzzle solving, and, you know, Irvin's a very interesting character to, you know, think about his story, because he tells you his story through, you know, like rambling and hallucinations. It's fun to have. It's fun to have other stuff to piece together that isn't, you know, specifically the puzzles you're required to, you know, beat the game. I mean, that's why I spent so long talking about the game in the first place. So I probably won't keep you for long if you gotta get going soonish, because you mentioned 6:30 the other night. Great Goobus, bye-bye. Story and all the characters were created 100% by William, but some of the ideas that led to adding more story came from sessions with more than just William. Yeah, I figure that makes sense. You know, it's like a collaborative, you know, process of like, you know, bouncing ideas and, you know, putting it all together in a way that you can have this presentation of the story, and that this presentation of the story allows you to add, you know, more stuff to it, more puzzle solving, this epilogue, etc. Oh, that was an answer for Andrew specifically. Oh, whose idea was the Irvin edition? Yeah. But I liked it a lot, and thank you so much for sticking around. I remember at one point the generator power-ups, I noticed the piano and freaked out. Yeah, I didn't catch the piano. I was so focused on other stuff that I didn't grab the details until we saw them in the epilogue. But it was great. I was very much looking forward to this game, and I'm very happy with how it turned out. You and everyone else on the team did a fantastic job all the way down. When we first read about Irvin mentioning hearing the thunder and then the far-off thunder had me thinking for a while that the 28 time code featured 2 deaths with a mystery second at Wintercott. Yeah, I had like maybe semblances of ideas of like, oh, did something happen further away, but I noticed on this page there's no more room here or here to add more locations. And since nobody should be at Wintercott. If you have a Discord account after you're off of YouTube, if you could join the Discord and DM me, I wouldn't mind chatting in the future. That's really the only way to get a hold of me. Great. I'll make sure to do that because I'm so thankful to have had the opportunity for you to come in and spectate, my playthrough. That, it makes me ecstatic that I got to have such a unique experience playing through the game. So I'll join the Discord and DM you sometime. The curse seems sentient. My feeling, because the whole point in my video of me bringing up the curse is a sentient entity is the 00 dream file, because it's so strange. It's listing the lyrics for this song that's related to what I'd climbed. It's a different song that was performed by Lee Sims. It has Richard Longley secretly inserted into it. But because we got to I just like that both stories can like infer a different thing. That without this, the info hazard is sentient. We get to have, like Irvin, sometimes I get comments on the type help video and people are, I'm not like, it's their theories from the original game that it was a curse and that like Oswald's information is pertinent, but I like that Irvin, elucidates that this has been tracked down past the Galleys, past the Wests, and then he says, and through the Jacobsons before them. So I like that the history of this phenomenon is, like very explicitly stated to be long before and long after, and just impossible to comprehend the true beginning of what is more like a disease. Maybe Longley didn't actually write his name to the files, but it was the curse. Yeah, that was kind of the thing that I was working with in the original video, that if the info hazard was an entity, kind of like an SCP thing, that it could influence, as I think the way that I've talked to like other people who've commented is that it insists upon itself, and therefore it tries to bend the rules a little bit so it can propagate itself, which is kind of like a personal stretch you have to make in the original story, which I like. I like seeing it as an entity, but I also do like exploring just like that this is just a phenomenon that, it is itself and it continues and it does what it does. Can you go to Annie's death right before she tries to die? Do you mean the scene with Oswald beforehand? I guess, and the machine was the only way to like have enough distance from the previous. Imagine a sequel game with a new story that involves you making connection with someone IRL before they share a program with you that features a new set of deaths. Not sure about specifics though. I kind of like, unless William wants to write a story about one of these other families or the cases in the modern day, I like when, you know, stories begin and end. I like a sense of completion to, you know, a broader narrative. It's not that I wouldn't mind any additions, you know. I loved the additions here. It's just that I'm quite content with what we have. Where she tries the gun, okay. When she fails to contain the curse herself. So I remember Jeremy mentioned before that, you know, like some of the additions to this scene, because At's not there to tell you, she figured it out, that she gets to have more words where she explains her understanding, you know. We had it wrong. We weren't supposed to remember. I should have realized it sooner. I could have saved Oswald if, you know, she didn't have the list. And then, like, you know, John, you need to get out of here. It's kind of the same thing that Lawrence does. He tries to get himself out of there. And the fact that she is made aware of that her mother knows. I think that's really important, because the only other detail we know from like the start of the story is that Annie is in some kind of financial trouble and has a bit of a strained relationship with her mother. Okay, I must be going, but I'll be on Discord if you need me. The link is on the title screen. Thank you. Enjoyed whatever event you're going to, and thank you for stopping by. I'm glad you have a fantastic time. I had a fantastic time too. Could you play back from the struggle for the gun? Sure, I was just gonna like say a bit more about that. I like, in the original, she only then mentions her mother when she says like, tell Mom, you know, I'm sorry because of what she's going to do to herself. But in this, I like that it kind of reignites that the relationship with her mother, because despite their strained relationship, they are still family. And when John makes her aware of that your mom made me promise, she told me to keep you safe, and then she's just like, you know, it adds a bit of color to the scene that Annie is also trying to prevent the death of her mother, very specifically, that she's made aware of, not just that she wants to stop this phenomenon, but that she wants, that, you know, she cares about her mother and wants to, you know, give me the gun, I'm not gonna do that. You want me to play it back like audibly from the struggle for the gun? I can do that. Yeah, the strained relationship,
we can figure this
it's only
out together.
touched on at like the very start.
Give me the gun.
I'm not gonna
Just
do that.
give it to me. We don't have much time.
Why do you want it? I'm not going to, Annie.
Give it to me, John.
Just tell me why you want it.
I can stop this. I can stop it from spreading.
Annie, please, let's just...
Oh! I'm sorry, John.
What are you doing?
It's the only way. I don't want to be forgotten.
Annie, put the gun down. I can help you.
You can't help me. You couldn't help any of us. I need my mum to remember who I am. Just tell her. Tell her I'm sorry.
Annie, wait! Oh, she wasn't there a second ago. They must be following me.
I'm not sure if it said that she stole some amount of money. I read it as that she was in debt. She like gets, you know, Damien asks how much money is it, as in like she is in debt and doesn't have the money or owes someone important money. She did, if I recall correctly. You did say a few times. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You were talking about the. Yeah, at the very start, the Vic and Damien scene. Yeah. Did you call your mom and you told her about Annie? I made her promise not to call back here. How much money is it? I haven't asked, but she must be desperate. How long is she going to be staying with us? And then the only other time that the staying with us gets brought up is when Annie and Vic have their conversation in the attic, and she's like, she says like, don't feel like you owe Eddie anything, and she's like, that's rich coming from you, because she owes. It's either in reference to her owing someone money or that she owes Vic for letting, her stay with them. And then she does you can stay with us as long as you like, but you need to talk to her at some point or this won't go away. She asked for the watch. I immediately thought it was to sell it for money. Yeah, she says that she needs the watch badly. Does she say that she needs it badly? When she's in that scene, I believe she was referring to. I'll bring it out here. Her saying, you don't know how much I need this, is, at least the way I read it in the original, was that I need to be able to, like, stay the night here at Galley house, but you could be right that she wanted to pilfer the watch because it's valuable. But I trust her a little bit more than that. Oh, from the Postmates, I think that was like some kind of like during school she yoinked something from I don't know what it's not in this scene. I don't know what a newsagent's is, but I assumed it has to do with newspaper. I don't know. The thunderclap was much stronger there, as if the curse was spiteful. Thank you for bringing that back up, because when we replayed the scene, and I know I already went the thing's not like an entity, or it doesn't exhibit the same kind of like interaction with the characters in the story like it does with Richard Longley. But the fact that her attempted suicide shakes the building does kind of infer to me that it's taking an element of this. What you just tried to do was not okay. What you tried to do, cutting the info hazard off in this way, you're not allowed to do. And I think in my original video I say that like the violence it exhibits is proportional to the violence of the death, I think is what I say, that like everybody else just gets their like thread snapped and they die and there's a thunderclap, but here the thunderclap means business, basically. It's like a corner shop that sells newspapers as well as some groceries. Yeah. Always thought John jumping was the same plan. He just didn't realize it could spread over distance. Yeah, I think you're meant to infer that John had remembered Annie until it clicks and you're like, wait, nobody forgot who John was, which means must be something else. And then you think about the thunder that doesn't happen when he collides with the pavement, but does occur before he jumps out of the building. Maybe it was stronger to try to reach further to get to her mother. Then would kind of be like preempting. Like, it would kind of be like, that would kind of like infer that it, well, I guess in my original video I do say that it probably knows how to get to its next intended victim. But I think John believed he had killed all the ghosts and generally took his own. I don't think he thinks that he killed, unless you're saying ghosts as in like he thinks they were ghosts. John, in the scene, thinks that he killed everybody. and that he's the one who, he just thinks that he killed everybody. He remembers Annie's corpse, and he just assumes because he's been having memory problems that he must have done it, and therefore he must have done everything else. It's cool that you get John's fall early and comments that there are no thunderclaps, and you don't know what it means yet. Yeah, in the original, it makes, comment of just a quiet howling wind. Of course, when we played through this game, I held off on putting this scene in until like the end because I knew what was in it, and I wanted it to have. I wanted it to have the impact it does, but that's not the nicest word to use in this context. I wanted it to, be there at the end where it's the most story relevant. And man, it was sad to see and listen to this rendition of it. He walked to the chapel with the gun, now there's a corpse shot to death, same gun by the body. Yeah, he doesn't know why he had the gun, or what in the world happened, but because of what you, the person who's lost all your memory, kind of like straighten away in your brain, oh, this must be this is the only way this sequence of events makes sense. And his is like connecting, I brought a gun. That person died from a gun. I don't remember, but I must be the person responsible. Could be autonomous and just trace back through metaphysical emotional bonds, like reaching towards the sun. I get it, but I kind of don't want to give it too much, I don't want to give it too much, like, omnipotence. Especially giving the epilogue story, intends to make something that ties off every loose end of every, and also specifying that it's an emotional connection. I think in my video, there's a time where we speculate, to what end does remembering someone count as a remembrance? I think I mentioned in regards to Annie seeing the list with Vic's name on it, but she doesn't connect the name Vic to the corpse and her sister. It's not to say that they didn't have an emotional connection, but the thing she read, do I have her? Okay, here's actually an important small detail. Because I think the way she writes, or she didn't write comments at the time. She wrote comments in the attic with John after Eddie is snapped away. So she just has the word Vic in front of her. And she died, oh, you guys are talking about Jacqueline. Eddie, I think it would be fair to assume, at some point Annie probably would remember Vic, but Eddie, because of his conversation with Tony and the bracelet, kind of intercedes on that, and he takes the hit for her. But yeah, Annie wasn't able to make the connection to Vic because all she has is the name Vic, and that's not quite enough to stir something. I think we're meant to infer that when Catherine hears the word Annie, she's staring at this photo in her kitchen that has a picture of her daughters, and she's like, Annie? And then she looks and sees the photo and connects, that's my daughter. Thinking maybe Rhea could be reminded of Irvin again later, perhaps. I think the key thing that they hammered away is that despite the fact that Rhea knows who Irvin is, has seen him through this seance machine, knows what he sounds like, she hasn't met the criteria of having an emotional connection and knowing a person like Irvin. Especially because the seance machine, maybe it's because it's kind of like a different context. The seance machine shows you hallucinations of people who once existed. And she can see Irvin after his death, but that's kind of all she is to Rhea. Irvin, like everybody else who's memory she saw is kind of just like a picture you see in front of you. It's like watching a very immersive film, you know? She can see Irvin, she can hear him, but you wouldn't say that, you know, you had you watched a movie with like Ryan Gosling and because, you know, you had an emotional connection to him or his character, that you would meet the criteria of I have an emotional connection to Ryan Gosling. Because maybe it's because it's a bit of a two-way street. Maybe it's because it's just that, you know, seeing a hallucination is not enough to truly know somebody. Do they also have to connect while they were still alive? She only knew Irvin after he had already died. Yeah, I think that's the sense that, like, you can't form an emotional connection with someone who's been memory holed because there's nothing left for you to remember. I think someone said before, like, I don't want to butcher it because I don't remember the lines exactly, but you can't, you can't forget something that you never knew. She never knew Irvin, so she never forgot Irvin because she just doesn't know him. Every argument for not working on Irvin would also make Amelia West not work. They remember Amelia West, or Rupert remembers Amelia West because he recognizes her and her playing from a piano recital, and I always got the vibe was that Amelia West was someone that they knew in their adolescence, and that's why he says it's like she disappeared one day and nobody noticed she was missing. It's kind of not the same thing you would say about, like, just a musician that you saw once, and it's like, wow, it seems nobody really nobody appreciates, you know, so-and-so like they used to. But the fact that I gather they had you know, I say they as in him and his brother probably knew her, went to, you know, a piano recital she was at, and that isn't it strange that, you know, that she was missing. That was just the vibe I got from them. I must ask if my brother remembers implies the family would know. Yeah, like he's like, and he especially, I don't think you would say maybe like this is sinister if you forgot like an actor or a musician you just like knew and maybe saw perform once. I think that this is sinister implies that Rupert is having a very serious recollection of how could I have forgotten Amelia West? Like it's someone that he knew and had an emotional connection with. I like that. I like the back and forth, and that we're getting more out of this by discussing it. I'd not even ignore everything you said because you asking the question is what prompts the discussion, where we kind of focus in on something new and relevant. What if Amelia was planned to play for his birthday? I feel like, well, because like he wanted to show the piano to John because it was like it was an automatic piano. And also in the 0-0 scene, we see he's like, oh, I gotta get this thing working. Of course, I feel like he says it's been so long. Like I think she's been gone for a very long time. I feel like John is like a late friend in Rupert's life. Like in the 0-0 scene, Rupert says to Oswald that it's been a while since he's been here, and Rupert knows John because he knows he works at the pianoforte gallery, and you know they're friends, and because I assume they both have an interest in piano and music. Martha also thought Rupert was gone for ages. Did she say that he was specific? Because she doesn't ever remember Rupert. She just sees the photos and is like, I could have sworn this person was never here before. The music was stated to be an American piece, I think. The West were American. The key thing about the music is that, and maybe this is more like a thing you have to put together after the fact and type help, is that it's not that Amelia West played I'd Climb the Highest Mountain, the Lee Sims rendition, and he remembers her playing that song. No, he remembers Amelia playing Dvorak's Humoresque, which the I'd Climb the Highest Mountain references musically. So that's why it's kind of like even further back. Eddie has chosen, you know, because he likes the jolly American tune of I'd Climb the Highest Mountain. Rupert hears that and remembers Dvorak's Humoresque as like a motif or whatever, and then he's like, he connects Dvorak's Humoresque to the emotional connection that he has to have with Amelia. I figured they were old friends, John and Rupert, and the auto piano was a new invention he recently got and wanted to share it with John. Yeah, John works at the pianoforte gallery, and with how into piano Rupert appears to be, I feel like that's where they met. I just feel like that they're kind of newish friends because they live in the same area, and John in the letter, John hasn't met his family before. I could introduce you to my family. So he's like, he knows him well enough to know that he recently got divorced. And maybe in a sense, this letter is trying to like cheer him up by saying, let's, you know, join a gathering, you know, at my birthday, stay the night and meet my family. I feel like if they were maybe friends for a longer period of time, that they would have like, oh, this is my son, Eddie. He works at blah, 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 blah. So it went from Dvorak to Climb the Highest Mountain to Amelia. No, Amelia's piano recital was for Dvorak's Humoresque. Rupert... Oh, I'm trying to straighten this out in the right way. Amelia's piano recital was Dvorak's Humoresque. I'd Climb the Highest Mountain references Dvorak's Humoresque. Rupert hears I'd Climb the Highest Mountain, hears the reference, connects it back to Amelia West. And the thing he has in his hand for the piano recital is Oswald saying when he went to the study, he found a note there about a performance of Dvorak's Humoresques, though he'd never heard of the pianist. No Ghosts mention is for the auto-playing piano. Yeah, he's like, he's not specifically saying, you know, he just says, it's not perfect, you know, he says, I've acquired something that will keep you interested. It really kind of reads with this being the first, you know, like, paragraph that, he is inviting him here because the divorce is recent and he's trying to, you know, cheer up someone he's friends with, who he likes. And he's, you know, like, I've got something that'll keep you interested. And, you know, it's piano knowledge. So Climb the Highest Mountain is what we know of as the earliest version of the phenomenon. No, it's that the earliest... Okay, Irvin mentions some other family, but in the base game, we know Amelia West succumbed to the info hazard from something we don't know. Maybe it was related. It was probably related to her family, since Irvin says like it went through the West's family. So the West family, in some completely different context, got memory hold, and it's only the Dvorak's Humoresque, I'd Climb the Highest Mountain, Dvorak's Humoresque, Rupert Galley, that the connection is made. He said he's never been a good judge of relationships. I wonder if he's talking about Eddie and Vic. I think that's an interesting thing to, you know, to like to connect. It, you know, it's hard to know any other context where like he would have thought that, you know, two people were made for each other, but actually weren't compatible in the long run, is the nicest way to put that phrase. I also like that since we don't know too much about Rupert before his scene and the pre-credit scene in this game, that like this is all we get to kind of like flesh Rupert out as a character. Unknown person, Amelia West, Rupert Galley, so forth. There's a timeline that would be nearly impossible to find the start of. You can only find the start of your local chain. Yeah. And Irvin makes reference that he has actually explored the chain, because he says that traditionally we would probably say that the info hazard wiped out the Galleys. It also wiped out the Beaumonts, and the Dowers, but that's, that's not what the game's named after. He says he's traced it back through the Wests and through the Jacobsons before them. The trail never ends. I'm not convinced we'd ever find a reason for it. I don't think we were ever meant to know. And I think that's a decent enough stamp to put on the situation. This thing is long. It never ends. It's wiped out the West family, who nobody remembers. It's wiped out this unknown Jacobson's family, who nobody remembers. And it goes off into the distant past. If this was idle, someone would be trying to have two people remember the last victim at the same time so they could double the info hazard and somehow harness its power. It's all gotta be Lemurian technology at the end of the day, I'm certain of it. There must be some kind of Lemurian virus at play here. What is Oswald's comments about trying to forget the little girl? Oswald explains to Annie that Eleanor died of an illness when he doesn't mention Rupert, but Rupert and Eleanor were children. And he says, from his portrayal of the events, that the parents, through grief, decided to just compartmentalize Eleanor's death, and that they buried her in the chapel, made like a small memoriam, and that was the last that anyone was ever supposed to mention it because it was, such a tragedy. And he basically expresses his trauma at the fact that he loved his sister. His sister was always there for him because he doesn't remember his brother, who was also there for him, and that he believes his parents didn't love him as much as she did. Game never quite calls her Amelia West, but here it implies it. I think the game does say Amelia, the original does say Amelia West, because I'd have to bounce back to I could bounce back to it, but when Martha, Damien, and John find Rupert's body, not that scene, 04 study, someone, I believe it's John, Damien picks up the old program for a piano recital and says, "Has anyone heard of Amelia West? Not a composer I've heard of." That's a line that's in the original type help. Jacobson's family, West's, Galleys, yeah. Well, it's that we already know, yeah, that it's her full name. But now we get the context that he says the Wests, that it was in some completely different context. It was the entire West family that got wiped out. And I think it's an important motif to keep in mind, is that because the info hazard spreads through emotional connections, it's very keen to wiping out families and friends. It wipes out the Jacobsons, it wipes out the Wests, it wipes out the Galleys, the Dowers, the Beaumonts, plus Damien Maseko, but I guess you can kind of say that Victoria Maseko, so, it's their family unit. And then it spreads to somewhere we never hear about, but then it ends up claiming Irvin's family. So it's again that, you know, because, you know, the strength, the emotional connection is the whole thing, is that it's some kind of curse or illness or entity that is designed to, and yet, yes, I also forgot. I was gonna bring it up before I went on the tangent, but then I forgot it halfway through, that they're talking to Jacqueline and Megan says, "That's killed your friends." And Jacqueline's like, "Nuh-uh." And then Megan's like, "Oh, right, your friends and family members." And of course, Jacqueline's like, "Uh-uh." Which I think also makes it interesting that we have to find her last name, that it's not even attached to that. I think there might be like a little bit of like bitter irony in the fact that obviously she has a last name and people reference, you know, they talk about her last name, it exists, but we can infer that the rest of her family has likely succumbed to the info hazard. Because remember, she thinks she's being framed for all the deaths surrounding her, which Meg, you know, clarifies in kind of like an unconvincing way to Jacqueline, that it's her friends and family are all these people you've died and that you've kind of forgotten them. Families get wiped out, most important connections. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to say it than all the words I've used. They weren't my friends, some lawyer woman who died that no one remembers. Yeah, you know, it's just... If she says they weren't her friends, then we should believe her. Maybe the aftershave is, you know, something completely different. Meg wrote their surnames and Lawrence wrote the needs approval. So... Yeah. Because this is Lawrence's piece of paper. This is the information on it. He's redacted out 6-8 and 6-9 saying they are not hired. He brought Rhea on last minute, and these ones are typed on the sheet, and these ones are written in black pen to clarify the 3 strangers that were added, which he then, you know, puts the, you know, this isn't right. These, you know, the strangers, you know, need approval. Yeah. Lawrence is the blue pen, and I'm not sure if we're to assume that all the black pen is the same from these, but I guess we should say, who is the person who wrote in black pen? We know Pippa wrote in red. We know Lawrence. Maybe it was Megan, because there's a point in time where like we get this sheet from Megan, because that's the last person who Rhea interacts with before Lawrence comes up and dies. Sam added the 3 at the bottom, right? Now Sam was only made aware of the strangers late into the process. Megan would be the person, I imagine, like Megan would be the person who put these in because these people were added. She was following Irvin's plan. Yeah, like she's the one who's written these, of, you know, the warning, you'll be fine, all this. They remember that we arrive later with Lawrence, so the fact that some of these IDs have been filled in is because someone who was here and knows how to operate the machine, Megan, was able to punch that in beforehand. Any thoughts on Irvin being the player character for type help? I think it's better to kind of, I more so like that, because like I don't feel like Irvin fits into the self-insertish nature that you, the player, are having in type help. Unless you do count, like, I guess, the Easter egg of the I am Richard Longley, and that you are supposed to be someone who remembers him. But that game all has to do with, like, police investigation, and that the cases were all wrapped up before. Richard Longley ended the chain of deaths in the late 90s, because that's when his computer BIOS was last updated. So the timeline doesn't really match there, because this is kind of like a different way, you know, like talks about a completely different proprietary technology that specifically lets you listen into things dead people have heard before they died, and only works due to a large number of people in the same area, allowing him to build the entire soundscape. Very much in this case, we are seeing visual hallucinations as well as sounds. It would explain why he was looking into the Jacobsons, the Wests. Maybe inspired him to build the new tech. Maybe, but I also think it's kind of Irvin's kind of like a bad dude, but I preferred the idea that he was, you know, kind of like consumed by this invention in its own right, rather than if he was the player character back in Type Help and he reads this. I feel like a normal version of Irvin, which would be pre-device, pre-hallucinations, and obsession with the device, would read At's final message where he says, "No one knows who I am, I'm tying this up, I'm going to die, goodbye." And I feel like you would have to be just the worst person in the world to read that and be like, Richard Longley. I think I'm gonna do a little digging into this Richard Longley fellow. There's no way everything he just wrote down was real by any chance. I think he... Are you talking to Andrew? I think he gave up trying to find the start and started trying to find the end. What do we remember about the people involved around Longley, since this tech gets destroyed at the end? The computer could be being used by Longley in 2021 after all of this. I feel like this is more than just a computer, because it was like a scanner as well, that it was able to take pictures too, and also have them printed out. Was there more than one machine? No, Irvin would have brought his too. Yeah, I think because he wants everything destroyed. I'm sure he when he suggested to burn down the rest of the house, that like his original prototype was either here, or maybe a bit more realistically, when he knew this was his plan, he just completely destroyed his personal FX, which includes his prototyped device. It was mentioned that the computer was at least a decade old, and my thought is, if this was the case, they only had a backup of the sound reconstruction tech. I think it's kind of inferred to be like a little different thing entirely, because the interesting thing about Dulski and Moores is that, you know, this is like super secret and kind of personal, and we saw there's not a lot we can gather from Sam's personality, but he's very possessive and very secretive about this tech, and that kind of makes me believe that it's more of an original invention, like in this picture. Our screen in Type Help isn't green, so I'm kind of nudging that to the side. Type Help canonically happens before Dulski and Moores, if it is canon to the new version, yeah. But the fact that it was called like a was it? I think remaster was like the word that was used on Steam and for like advertising. It's at best an in-universe retcon chain. Could have continued and the player was forgotten, but most likely retcon. Some of the dialogue is also changed in the remaster here to account for the fact that At doesn't exist as a narrator. So I think I like and prefer them as like separate canons because it lets you tell different stories through the same, you know, the same meat was the word I will use, but that doesn't sound a very proper word. I like this version of type help. You, the unknown discoverer, contracted by like a detective or police agency, and the story of At and the, you know, what he gathered from this technology. Do you think Irvin succeeded, or can the curse start again? I like to believe in stories like ending, and, you know, like, I think besides the Easter egg-ish ending of the dream file in the original case, you are meant to like learn the mystery of what happened and about the info hazard and come to a sense that it has been concluded and kind of accept the tragedy that involves its conclusion. In the original game, Ad is very somber, but also a little bit manic about how he's detailing that he remembers he's going to die, and he's going to save everybody else by being this complete outcast. And in this case, it's kind of the same thing, except Irvin kills people to, you know, complete his plan in totality. So I do think that I think he's being, you know, sincere when he has destroyed anything that, because he's kind of like At, as if but, you know, as someone who like had a career, went, you know, like has a wife who knew him, has kids even. There's a lot more threads tied to Irvin that, you know, get severed. You may see me as evil. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the whole tragedy of the matter, that we are to, you know, like, and like, also it's like, it'd be very grim to see this scene and the credits and how it all plays out and be like, yeah, and then it probably kept going and more people probably kept dying. That's not the kind of like hopeful ending that I want to believe in. I think it's better to accept both games ending as, you know, like witnessing a tragedy that like, and like an inevitable tragedy that like it couldn't have been stopped. There was nothing really anyone could have specifically done to solve things in a different way. It's contained for now is probably the best way to put it. Yeah, but I like to imagine that Irvin is like Hikikomori Neat Prime and has severed all ties to the world around him, save his co-workers, someone who helped him look at you know, the memory of him forgetting, you know, his wife and kids as they got memory hold. A guy he went to college with and lived with. Someone had to live with him in college. He couldn't have just been there by himself. Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah. It's like, you have to like deal with that this was probably the only way, but like it doesn't entirely make it right. The only thing I do want to malign him for is the fact that he was just addicted. Well, I don't want to say like I'm aligning him as if like I'm aligning him for being like addicted to the seance machine, but he was someone who was obsessed with the seance machine and more so kept using it to solve crimes for no reason that we assume he tells his wife about, and that he doesn't care about justice at that point in time. He just cares about the thrill of using this device to solve things that nobody, maybe there's like a bit of arrogance in that like I have solved this mystery through technology I've made, and no one else will truly know. And that's like part of the thrill he gets out of it. Did he live with Mason? Yeah, he lived with Mason during college. I was just saying earlier that it would be, it could, just as well it could have been that like he didn't live with somebody, but he just so happened to live with somebody, and of course that poor person had to be dragged into this, and thus get murdered. And Mason also says he has a family, so it is sad. It's sad when all these people die, but like we get the extra gut punch of like, oh, my family. And then he just dies, and he doesn't even really get it, because he was kind of like, he was an extra brought in to clean up loose ends. He never found the origins. I feel like the fact that he attempted to explore the origins so heavily and could only come up with the idea that it specifically follows this chain, that it's a unique phenomenon. But I do remember saying in my video that, like, perhaps the info hazard as an entity is not just one thing. There could be several different strains, each with their own chain of deaths across the world that might never end or might get tied up, like in Irvin's case. Yeah, the unspoken horror of what if this isn't the only chain? Exactly, And that's kind of like the hope that you're supposed to have at the end of all things. I hope it's done away with. I hope this was the only phenomenon and that the world is in a better place. So yeah, he at least stopped this chain. And I want to believe in hope. Oh yeah, when I talked about Irvin's arrogance, I also wanted to bring up the fact that he was, in future times when our knowledge of spectronoetics has improved, perhaps I will be rediscovered and hailed as an unsung hero. But that's not why I do what I do. Like, I do believe him when he says that's not why he's doing what he's doing, but it's just like, there's a little bit of like tinge of like, he's seeing the potential heroism of his act, which is technically true, but I think we hope that it never gets pulled, that this is the end of things, and no one who's too fishy who discovers spectronoetics, finds their way discovering another chain. I'm still of the opinion that it started with the Galleys, from them trying to pretend the girl who died never existed. It spread from the Galleys outward and circled back. Like a net, I think there's, in this script, they have like a little bit more of specific text saying, that Oswald is wrong and that it has, we could actually do it there. From this scene, Irvin looks at the photo of Eleanor and he comments on the fact that, where are we looking at? There's a memorial here to Eleanor Galley. She can't have had anything to do with the curse, of course, if everyone remembered her, although I suppose it got her too, in a way. No one remembers her now. And obviously, Oswald remembers his parents, so it's not like, and he remembers a great uncle by the name of Rupert, so it's, unless she spawned it. But I don't know. There were additions to this script, which are this, and then there's also one where Annie says after Oswald's death, "Oh God, he was wrong." I feel like that's as clear as it's supposed to get. Like she's like a red herring. That you're supposed to hear Oswald tell this story and you're supposed to think, yeah, that makes sense. That must be the reason why all this tragedy is happening. But then the element of horror is you realizing it wasn't something so knowable, so like understandable. It was something completely unknown and ununderstandable, which, you know, you get the fear of the unknown, the gravitas that this info hazard has. Oswald also thought it was ghosts. A coincidence that led some down the wrong path. Yeah. There's a lot of lines where Oswald kind of gets pressed on like supernatural activity, and he's kind of like audibly like, well, that doesn't sound like normal supernatural activity. Well, I suppose I haven't experienced supernatural activity so directly before. Yeah, not something so tied to mortals, but something more cosmic. Pets would be an interesting thing. It was there are no dogs in Galley House. There are no pets in Galley House. Maybe you could consider, like, I mean, you could perfectly, like, headcanon that the West story, the modern story, the Johnsons or the Jacksons or whatever he says, Johnstons? Is that the word he uses? I'm always gonna blank on that one because it's, like, extra. Oh, I should just look up West because he says in a different scene, yeah. The Jacobsons. A new Lovecraftian tier entity. But yeah, I was getting into that, like, maybe the Wests had a dog, and maybe it's possible that the dog remembers a person it has, you know, like, an emotional connection to. Someone finds the dog and is like, I've never had a dog. Why is there a dog in my house? What's the collar say? And then they're like, oh, the collar says Rex. And then you're like, Rex? I love Rex the dog. Rex has been my dog for the past like 10 years. And then boom, he gets snapped. You think Irvin left any subscriptions going on? Would getting thundered make creditors forget your debts? I think he's probably like, he's a good hikikomori, and he doesn't have any outstanding debts or any, you know, personal affects left to linger on. That's not how you spell effects. I've destroyed all my personal effects. Just came up with a wild new money-making scheme. Yeah. Then she and I may join our families in obscurity. Let it all be forgotten. I am no one at all. Then he remembers Megan. And that's the end of all things. Banks can't hate you if they don't know you've ever lived. Ain't that the truth? And I think on that note, I've been streaming for just under 5 hours, so I probably will wrap things up. There's certainly room for this universe plus curse rules to be toyed around with in spin-off games a la Golden Idol. Yeah, there's... If William wants to, you know... I feel like I'm not on a first name basis with him. If William Roos wants to, you know, I'm sure he's written something as incredible as this, so I'm sure that, you know, that all the developers who have created, you know, both this and Root Tree have, you know, brilliant ideas for us to explore in the future. Through different I don't know why I say the word franchises, but different franchises, different intellectual properties. Universe Beyond, Golden Idol, Galley House. My one qualm is that the curse didn't get Rhea before Irvin. Rhea knew Meg and saw her on the tapes. The thing is that we, like I think I said before, the hallucinations that you see from the seance machine are really just that. hallucinations. And as a junior member, I feel like she might not know Megan too well. Where's the scene where they interact? Of course, there's also the idea that it takes us a long period of time to find all these scenes before Irvin's death. But Irvin, you know, we can understand, didn't die long after Megan. You know, maybe we can consider that we saw the paper was like slipped to us through under the door. We take it, we do some puzzle solving, and then amidst our puzzle solving, Irvin dies. Yeah. I mean, remember that a lot of the time when people stir on this emotional connection, it's never really just a name. It's you know, it's something, there's usually something a bit more tangible. I say that airwise because Rupert remembers because he hears something. Although I guess he then grabs his connection is the pamphlet for the piano recital. Yeah, like everybody kind of like, we can go through this in order. Harry is physically dealing with Rupert's corpse, which is kind of like a big trigger. We remember that Lawrence tried to get out of the room before he could die because he realized he didn't want Rhea to find his corpse and make the connection, you know, so quickly. But, her handwriting... Mayhaps the handwriting, because this is written down by Megan. Is there any point in time where Lawrence is made aware of... He doesn't interact with anyone besides Pippa? Yeah. They just say, hey, us the player, maybe by happenstance. Us the player, role-playing as Rhea, watched scenes that Megan was in, but we didn't remember her from something. I think we are supposed to, like, trust this, like, self-inserting phenomenon a bit more, like with the prototype machine and Dulski's name coming up. That the things we experience are Rhea's experiences. Took a while for us with no memory hole to place the handwriting. It is true. We played during her memory hole. I think it's more so, at least to me, that that just because we witness these things are hallucinations, and therefore there might be like an implicit, you know, psychological distance, or I don't want to say distrust, but just that like the potential that what you're seeing in front of you isn't, you know, isn't actually there and is something that you can connect with. Because like I said, I think that Irvin dies not too long after we start our own investigation. And because we could investigate this in any order, like there's even the possibility that we find other scenes and we find the Megan scenes like last or like later. Rhea had a larger connection to Meg than Irvin, going to why Kat was claimed over John. But Rhea does have a connection. Oh, you're saying that Rhea has a bigger connection to Meg than Irvin has a connection to Meg. I don't think that's the case because because Meg has worked at D&M since the beginning and knows Irvin from them, because these 4 at the top were worked on this device since 2007. Like, so she's known Irvin for years, even though he gets booted, but I feel like their connection is a lot stronger than Rhea's connection to or Meg's connection to Rhea, and vice versa. Because it's just like diegetically, it's just like a time thing, depending on the sequence of events we see. And yeah. Of course, it could also be the case that we're wrong about the black text being Megan's handwriting. Wouldn't leave too much room as to who it is, unless it's Lawrence writing with 2 different pens, or that Sam was involved before the events of this evening and that he had written stuff down. It's not entirely, well, there's so many different things that you have to take away that aren't like present in the actual gameplay. We hear stuff, but it's our mind filling in the gaps. Yeah, it's not like a perfect picture. Maybe us, the player, kind of see it a bit more realized, but in every scene, there's like this visual effect on all the walls and all the objects where they're like strobing a little bit because the image is so intangible. We don't know how much Rhea knew about the others. Yeah. I imagine our memories we are using for the game are from what she can remember before Irvin's death. Yeah, that's basically it in its entirety. We play the entire game up until Lawrence's death, which Lawrence's death and Megan's death happens back to back, which is why Rhea was safe from seeing Lawrence's corpse. Just rewinded the live. What a story. What a story indeed, and we played during all the deaths. Yeah, we played during all the deaths here, but Irvin's death is this entire pre-Irvin popping up here because he's died. Everything that we investigate that doesn't involve Irvin happens in between the end of the game and Irvin's death. In order to preserve our own sense of experience, that's why it doesn't try to show us people we later forget existing. 1 second, I'm gonna cough. Because I've ran out of water. And the dehydration's starting to set in. Anyway, I've enjoyed our discussion. I do think I need to wrap it up and eat something. It has been a bit over 5 hours, but it's been a lot of fun. It's been great. Have you done all the achievements? Yeah, we got the last achievement, the last meaningful one afterwards. It's been a great playthrough. I liked that because one of the developers was here, that we were kind of playing through the base game with my commentary, kind of just like talking about type help as a whole, with Jeremy adding in more details since he was watching about when I would say, oh, the script here's changed. You know, we got a little bit of like developer's commentary for the playthrough. And of course we then got to the new stuff and got to explore that as a new thing. And then he was also, you know, here to, you know, experience that and like prompt a little bit of like extra discovery, like scenes that get information when you learn about Irvin that you might not know on an original playthrough. The best legal puzzler I know. I did it. I completed the incidents at Galley House, both part 1 and part 2, legally, only making legal puzzle solving maneuvers. It's and And how many people can say they've beaten the game legally? I'm going to chuck this game at someone who hasn't played the OG and see if they catch on to the meta stuff first. Please do that. I love that, that we can share these great indie games with other people, and it's hard. I say in videos before, you can only complete a puzzle game for the first time once, and that's a very special feeling. It doesn't mean that my different playthrough was it was great. It's yeah, you can't wait to have your girlfriend play this, that, and Oberdin. I wish there were more first-time games like these. These game, these kinds of detective games. I've seen another developer on YouTube whose name I can't recall. He talks about these games. He calls them information games, like Her Story as well. I like the term information game because so much of what involves solving the puzzle just happens up here and isn't explicitly tied to puzzle solving mechanics. There's stuff that you do around the context. Dinlikes also works. Have you played both Call of the Seas games? No, I have not. I'll probably go check that out. I went in blind to this and had never played Type Help. It was a great experience. Glad I didn't spoil it for myself. That's as great of an experience as you can have. Just going in blind and experiencing this, slightly different story with extra additions as its whole complete thing. That's great. Chance of Senar I'm familiar with, but I haven't played. Might try and make my own story like this, who knows? And that's great. I get a couple ideas myself of kind of detective information puzzle games and how to draw a satisfying narrative. But I'm busy making the videos and other stuff that I don't know. I haven't really put pen to paper for some of those ideas and to try and flesh them out. Ace Dog, you're gonna head out, and yeah, I'm gonna head out as well. It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you everybody for watching, for interacting, and keeping the discussion going, because it's been a great time. Probably not gonna stream again anytime soon until maybe August when there's a new Limbus Company chapter. I think I will stream that because that's relevant for my long-term goals. So, man, the soundtrack in this game is so nice. I will bid you adieu. Thank you for watching, and hopefully I will see you again.